Sabres GM Kevin Adams, doing his post-free agency wrap with the media yesterday, said that the Sabres would match any offer sheet that would come along for Bo Byram, who is still a restricted free agent. Chris Johnston of Sportsnet, reporting on Byram, says that the Calgary Flames have shown interest and that could make sense if they were to deal away Rasmus Andersson on their end, one of their defensemen. So for now, though, Byram remains on the Sabres. Johnston also reports that the Kings were interested for a while, but they have addressed that need in free agency. In football, yesterday there was a civil lawsuit filed against Bills rookie corner Maxwell Hairston, alleging sexual assault. The Bills had talked about this after the draft Brandon Beane had. They were aware of the allegation at the very least. Darren Waller said yesterday that he only came out of retirement for Miami. Otherwise, he would have stayed retired, especially if it remained on the New York Giants. At Wimbledon this morning, matches get rolling in the next couple of minutes. Novak Djokovic, one of the marquee matches, which will be a little bit later on this morning at 8:30. And in baseball last night, the Blue Jays and Yankees had a wild game. Blue Jays won 11-9, and they are now tied with the Yankees for first place in the AL East. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. If I said your ticket to the Masters is you have to eat an egg salad sandwich while you're there, you would do it.
If you say eat this egg salad full sandwich?
Full sandwich. You have to eat it while you're on the grounds at Augusta.
Nope, not doing it.
Unbelievable.
It's Jeremy White and Joe DiBiase.
A whole sandwich?
Yeah.
The whole thing?
You'll probably never win tickets to the Masters in your life.
You know what else I'll never do is eat a full egg salad sandwich.
Jeremy White.
Put the tickets on the table so when we make the offer next year. Do it. I'll prove it. Anybody that wins the lottery, come into the studio and make the offer. I'll prove it. I won't do it.
Joe DiBiase.
What if I made it for you and one other person?
Does the other person eat the sandwich?
No, only you have to eat the sandwich.
No.
Have some heart.
I would love to. I'd love to do something that is easy for normal people and get to play Augusta. I could not physically do it.
Be a man.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe on Western New York Sports Giant. WGR Sports Radio 550.
Hey, everybody. I'm trying to figure where I was. I almost took a picture of a sign that said egg salad sandwich, and I didn't. Maybe it was
like someone was advertising, come try the egg salad.
Yeah, an A-frame outside of a restaurant, or it kind of snuck up on me because it wouldn't just be, hey, look, there's an egg salad sandwich sign, but more of a, oh, wow, this thing is coming for me. Yeah. I almost took a picture of it and sent it to you or tweeted it, but I let it go.
What kind of restaurant is advertising the egg salad?
A brunch place? I don't know. You tell me. You people that eat them, you tell me where they fit.
I don't eat them. I've had... It's not like I like egg salad. I think I've had one egg salad sandwich maybe in 5 years. Like, it's not something I am regular. I would never order it. Let's say that. Whoever this place might be or whoever might be offering it. I can't imagine it'd be a fast food place that's offering egg salad.
No, definitely not.
And I also can't imagine it's like a really nice, fancy restaurant, right, that's offering egg salad. So what's in between that? Diner? Probably a diner.
It might have been a diner.
A diner, come try the egg salad.
Yeah, that might be right.
Yeah, that's an odd thing to be showing to get people to come in, though. You know, there's you who won't touch it no matter what.
Correct.
There's me who, like, I don't really like it. I'll eat it if it's offered and there's nothing else really, and I'll be fine. But who is actively looking for, like, who's got the best egg salad sandwich in town?
Presumably somebody.
Well, maybe.
I don't know. This is one of those conversations. Is it not something you would eat on an 82-degree day? Is it less likely?
Less likely.
You're not going to have beef stew on a patio on a day like today, right?
Like tomorrow I'll be wrapping, we're going to make either a sub or go get one to bring to the beach. And I cannot imagine that I would...
Meatball parm?
No, right. Now, meatball bomber is not in the cards. An egg, like a sausage parm sub, an egg salad. Like these are sandwiches I would not bring to the beach.
Yeah, on an 80-degree day.
Yeah, no chance.
Fair.
Although it would be funny if I just showed up tomorrow with a giant meatball sub.
Yeah, with a crock of soup. You're on the beach.
What do you got there? Some French onion.
This guy's got a crock of French onion soup on the beach.
What's more American than that?
Yeah. Well, good morning. Happy July 3rd. Tomorrow's July 4th. We're off tomorrow. It is one of those days where I have to kind of ask the guys in the room, like, hey, are we working on the 4th? No, we're not. We're off.
No, we're not. No.
We're off. And I'm off next week, so it's getaway day for me. I mean,
this is a mail-it-in
You want to
Thursday
talk
for
about
Jeremy.
anything on earth. You want to talk about the striping on the Sabres socks? We'll do that. I mean, whatever. Getaway day for me. Kevin Adams spoke yesterday. We'll have some stuff to talk about with him. We have a Leafs guest at 9 for, where they go post-Marner. So, hanging out. One thing I think about on July 3rd, because we're not on July 4th, and Joe, I want to say 20 years ago, because it would have been when I was on at night with Brad. On July 3rd, we did a show, an evening show, a full show that we called, I don't know if it was a Friday or whatever, but it was July 3rd.
Yep.
It was the Fireworks Fiasco show.
Okay.
Where we just, for, I don't know if it was 3 or 4 hours, whatever we were on back then, we just would ask people to call and tell us about their adventures with fireworks.
Wow.
And
okay.
We got some calls.
Yeah.
We got some calls. We got some calls where, I was, letting them off for a family event, and there was a wedding nearby, and we shot a couple and accidentally into the wedding.
Shot them into the wedding.
Accidentally, like something tipped over and, into a wedding party. It's about safety. So,
I was going to say, how many of the fireworks stories result in
injury,
loss of fingers?
None were loss of life. There might have been some mild injuries. I feel like the people that were calling that day were laughing at, hey, we can laugh about it now. But at the time, it was a fiasco. So, the fireworks fiasco story. That's what I think of every July 4th now, is because it was just one after another. Hey, here's what I did.
They're just crazy stories. How many of those are just the fireworks tipped over and then...
A lot of it.
And then now what?
There was a fire in California. There was a fire at a fireworks factory the other day that led to a massive...
Okay.
I heard... Put it this way. It's also fireworks in your neighborhood time of year.
Yes.
I heard one boom yesterday that sounded like it was too loud to be a firework and had to be an actual explosion of something.
For
the next 10 minutes, I was searching Twitter. What exploded?
And it was a firework?
It must have been.
It was a one single firework?
One boom.
All right, maybe someone just wanted the little test run.
But it wasn't like a pop. I mean, this thing was a rumble.
So like one of the big guys.
Yes. And laying in bed at night, it's the time of year where you're going to hear fireworks. You'll just hear them going off wherever you are.
I mean, for a week, I feel like I've heard maybe more than that.
Yeah, it's the next month.
The whole month, you're going to just
It's pretty much July. July is where this all will rip.
Yeah, that's probably right. And of course, tonight I feel like is the first real day though where there's a lot of it. Like home people on their street that are doing it. Like tonight, I expect to hear a lot and like have the dog ready to be hearing that and not freak out.
Give him some.
He's usually fine.
Give the dogs, if you haven't, some like CBD stress chews. We do that.
Okay.
They make them. Calm them down.
What about like those big headphones they put on babies at sporting events?
I don't know. There's also the thunder jackets, if you want to help them in thunderstorms. Those can work too.
Yep.
Yeah, it's not great for dogs. Rough time of year for dogs. Some dogs. Some more than others. I had a dog that used to go hide in anything he could find. Big dog. I mean, 80-pound collie mix who used to go hide in toy chests.
Yeah.
He'd find shelter when he heard fireworks. And my current dog, I don't think he cares.
Doesn't even
Goose the
notice.
black lab, he does not care.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, he wants to play all the time and make noise all the time, so maybe he'll who knows. He would not care. Anyway, fireworks season. Welcome. Bisons and Independence Eve and all that stuff. I mean, it's not just amateur fireworks. Today's a great day to be, if you're ever on the lake shore or on a boat.
Yeah.
It's a great day for that because you see fireworks all up and down the lake. There's a lot of visibility, of course.
Yep. So that's why we go down to like the spot we're on, Angola, like on the beach. all the way down the beach and then wrapping around the corner, you can see all the fireworks that everybody's doing for like 5 miles.
Yeah.
And it's pretty cool. So like water or like I used to in like high school or even before that go down to Chestnut Ridge in Orchard Park where you could see down to the city and even beyond that. And that's a cool. That almost feels more like, you ever see those drone videos where like they're flying through on July 4th and like all the fireworks in the distance?
Yeah.
That's kind of what that looks like. It's like you feel like you're the drone looking out over like the entire landscape. It's pretty cool.
Rob in Lackawanna's with us bright and early. Hey, Rob, what's up?
Hey, so you're talking about fireworks stories, and you said you had no loss of life ones. I had one.
Oh, geez.
Back in the probably late 70s, early 80s, the city of Lackawanna used to do a fireworks display at the Ron Jaworski Stadium, which they're knocking down actually right now. Anyways, they went a little cheap and hired this guy with a cube van, and he was like directly in front of the stands, and one of them went awry, went into the cube van, which had all the other fireworks in it, and the guy for some reason dove into the cube van to try and get it out, and he never made it out in front of all of us little kids. They never had a fireworks display after that.
All right. Thanks, Rob.
Wow.
Okay. I appreciate the phone call. I feel like half the reason we were saying, that on that show we do with Brad was we didn't share stories like that because that's not exactly of the, hey, we all can laugh about it now.
Yeah.
But it's no laughing matter. Take it seriously.
Yeah.
That's what Rob's here to remind us of.
Yeah.
You know what? For fireworks stuff, I can remember as a kid. And what's the look like the bell chart?
The belt, like, what do you mean? Like, for how big they are?
No,
or?
for how interested you are by age. When you're little, you're terrified, and then you get interested, and then you fall out of interest, and you go back to being interested.
Although, it depends. I feel like...
Bell curve is what I'm looking for.
Aren't there a lot of little kids that, like, love them?
Maybe. Sparklers when you're a kid.
Sure. I had a bad experience with a sparkler.
So did my daughter. She burned her finger on a sparkler and still talks about it.
I did that, but it wasn't my fault.
Right, it wasn't her fault.
Was it the same? This might be the same exact story. Another parent had accidentally, they were relighting them, and she had relit the wrong end, the end that had been grabbed. So then I grabbed the side that had just been lit.
Yeah,
that's my sparkler story.
Well, sparklers are. We had sparklers at our wedding. It's sparkler, whatever. Be safe out there is the moral of the story.
What are the other smaller ones? The firecrackers.
I think
you just throw at the ground.
I think
they pop.
Are there the snakes?
I don't know about the snakes.
They still make those, like the black snake ones? No? Nobody?
No, I don't know.
That's one. It's not even really a firework so much as it's just black snakes. You light it and put it on the ground, and it kind of burns off this ash snake out of the ground, and it looks like a small black snake is crawling out of the ground. It's not
interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if it still exists, but that's the one I think of when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Anyway, now I'm take them or leave them. Most of the time, leave them. If the neighbors have some and they're going to be a good show, great. You put on a professional show. I'm not going to mess around with stuff.
Yeah, no, I'm not.
That's pretty much where I've landed after however many years.
I can't say I think I've ever lit a firework in my life.
Yeah?
And I don't have, like, any need to or interest. I'll sit back and I'll enjoy the show.
Yep.
And I'm good.
The oohs and the ahs. Speaking of fireworks,
dun dun dun.
The Byram sweepstakes. Yeah.
Well done.
Kevin Adams spoke yesterday.
Yeah. So this is going to drag out, isn't it?
Well, there's a problem. There's a problem. It's a pretty big problem.
Uh-huh.
I've been trying
to... Is the problem a thing that they don't see as a problem that they actually prefer? Which is they now get to hold on to all that cap space because they need to save it in case somebody offer sheets. There's Bo Byram so that when they don't spend it, and in December, Kevin Adams gets a question about I mean, why do you have $8 million in cap space when the team is this bad? And then the answer is, well, at the time we had to save it because of Bo Byram.
Yeah, they always have an answer for why they're saving money. It was going to be it would save money to extend Peterka and Quinn, and there's a third one in there. No, McLeod, which they did. No, the problem is this. I was trying to write it in a paragraph. I was trying to fit it into a tweet, and I've yet to be able to get it down to the exact words that I need to for this. So it's, if you'll allow me, 3.5 hours of stream of consciousness, but I have this thought where Adams, who's been on the job now for 6 off seasons, and most of his job has been trading away good players. Right?
Yep.
We watch every year good players do something somewhere else because they don't want to be here, contract this, contract that. And Adams, I don't want to say he thinks he's a wheeler dealer, but he has been involved with some pretty high-profile trades. And getting rid of Jack Eichel for 4 pieces in a blockbuster and trading away Sam Reinhart in a deal that brings you a first and a goalie. And he would have been around. He doesn't make the O'Reilly trade, right? That's Botterill.
That's Botterill.
Okay, he doesn't make that trade. But he would have, whatever. He's near the organization. He's with the academy. He's around the Pagulas. So he sees that deal. He's seen how many deals where 1 goes out and 2 come in. Every one of these teams that tried to trade for the player that they got from the Sabres, Eichel, Reinhart, O'Reilly, who else is Peterka. These teams gave up 2, 3, 4 pieces for 1 because they thought it'll make us better to give up 2, 3, 4 pieces and get this 1. And yet, when the time comes where he's looking to add, he is not willing to do that. They don't have a trade where they give up Benson, Kulik, a first, and Greenway for this 1 player. They don't have it. Right. And when he says, I'm not going to trade Bo for futures, that's the kind of deal that this almost always is. A good team wants your player. A good team wants this player. A team like, maybe it is Calgary who made the playoffs last year. Oh, they could miss, whatever. Maybe it's St. Louis. Maybe it's the Kings. Whoever it is. Good teams see a player like this and say, oh, we might like him. I mean, he's not Eichel. He's not Reinhart. He's not close to that. And here's Adams talking like, well, I mean, I'm not going to just give him up for futures. And I'm going to match any offer sheet because I don't want futures. That comment alone, listen, I know that GMs have to talk tough, but there are absolutely a series of offer sheets he should accept Bo Byram getting and let him walk. There's a financial structure to it where if he's over 7.2 or whatever, a first, a second, and a third, he should take it. And if it's 2 firsts, a second, you're trying to tell me if Byram got the kind of offer where the Sabres could get 2 firsts, a second, and a third, they should not take it because they don't want futures? At that point, it becomes, sorry you're in your 6th offseason, but you've made enough of a mess where this is the compensation for Byram, you should take that deal. There's also an offer sheet where somebody offers 2 years, $20 million, or 2 years, $15 million, and the owner might not want to pay $15 in 2 years.
Right.
It's just, it's not believable that they'll match any offer sheet. Maybe they'll match any realistic offer sheet, and even that might be a mistake.
And maybe the term would be very important here because would they match an offer sheet? Would they match any offer sheet for 2 or 3 years, but not for 7? Because if they are hesitant to give him a long-term deal, or what about Byram on this front? Byram is not maybe as public, his agent isn't, or like the reporting isn't as public about what his motivation is, like other than his role, right? It's not about, I need out right now. I'm not playing for this team again. I'm not signing, whatever. Like there's a belief maybe that he would play on a short-term deal. But is he going to be kicking and screaming if he says, I'm not playing for you for 7 years? Like that, I would be here for a year. I'll play for you for a year, but I'm not doing this. I'm not doing 7 years. And if you, I mean, this would be why maybe he wouldn't sign an offer sheet in the first place. But would he be afraid of the Sabres doing that now? Of them saying, we're going to match whatever offer sheet there is out there. Almost as a dare to Byram. Like,
right.
This is kind of what I wanted them to do with Peterka in a way, by the way, which is like, we're going to match anything. Like, go ahead, sign whatever you want because then we get you. Right. And maybe that's why Byram wouldn't sign an offer sheet with a team right now because he doesn't want it.
But everybody knows that it has to be a bluff to some degree. They would not match any sheet.
And that's where, if I were Byram, maybe I would test them. Like, all right, I'm going to sign for this team wants to give me Calgary wants to give me 7 years and
52 million.
Sure, 7 years, 52 million.
That's a first, a second, and a third.
And they front loaded it like crazy.
Yeah, you're not going to match that.
He might sign it thinking like you're bluffing. Yeah. You're going to take the draft compensation, and you might hate that you're going to take the draft compensation, but you're going to do it. And look, I do think it's defendable that they don't want any futures back for Bo Byram. I mean, Adam specifically might not think I don't know what he thinks about his job security. If a team is going to give him 2 first-round picks and an offer sheet, what are the odds that he thinks he's going to be here for that second first-round pick?
Right.
Let alone be here for when those players finally get here to play for you.
I get that, but I'm not sitting here saying I prefer futures at all. Mm-hmm. And I know Kevin Adams certainly should not. But we should probably have an adult conversation about the Sabres where the likelihood is the best deal might involve futures. And, of course, they can get what they did before. Tim Murray got a boatload of picks and then immediately traded them, many think, too soon for immediate players. The possibility always exists to trade your pieces, your future pieces, for players. The 9th overall pick probably could have been moved for a player. They didn't want to do it. Okay, that's fine. They've had how many first-round picks? They finally parted ways with Savoy. Finally. Mm-hmm. After his, D3 development season?
No, his
D2.
His was quicker than that.
Okay, D2? They drafted him. He's in.
He might have even been after 1. He played for 2 years. 2 years. So they drafted him in 2022, and they traded him in the summer of 24.
Right, so 2 full years in juniors.
Yeah.
Post-draft.
Yep.
And by the way, if you're still in juniors 2 years post-draft, I think that might be a little bit of an indicator. You're not an elite player. You can still be very good, but you might not be elite.
I mean, he would have been in the AHL if he was allowed to.
True.
Remember, he couldn't play there.
Zach Benson made this team.
That's also true.
Savoy did not.
Right.
I mean, we can talk about that. Whatever. I'm like I said, a stream of consciousness. But the point is, the larger point is, you don't want to take futures. It's your fault that you might have to.
Does he feel like they have to? Because if futures is the best deal. Is the best deal futures, or is the best deal Bo Byram's on my roster and playing for me for the next for one more year?
And then what?
And then you try to trade him again
at the deadline?
Because at the deadline or in the offseason, you might think that you're going to get the same thing you get next summer.
You might. But we're right back where you always are, which is you might need to be the team that packages 3 players together to get 1 piece. And right. I guess they kind of just did that with Josh Norris for Cousins and a second.
It was that I was just looking. I've got every trade Adams ever made in front of me, and the only one involving players where they sent out more pieces than they got back was the last trade they made, and it was Cousins, Dennis Gilbert, and a second for Josh Norris and Jacob Bernard-Docker. So wash out the defenseman. It was basically Cousins and a second for Norris.
Yeah.
But that's viewed more as a hockey trade, right?
Yeah, that's definitely viewed as a hockey trade.
The second-round pick is maybe just to incentivize Ottawa to do it in the first place because the players are pretty close in terms of value.
You are in this spot. You are not some wheeler dealer that can pound your table and say, I don't want futures. These teams don't care. These teams are better than you, and if they want Bo Byram, they'll make an offer. And it might include futures. And if you're going to keep him because your plan to trade him or whatever fell apart, okay. He's talking about if they trade him, we're going to feel like our team got better. And yesterday it was, I can't tell you what it'll be. Will it be a defenseman? Will it be a forward? Will it be a forward and a D? Imagine Byram goes out for a forward and a defenseman. How are they better?
He got right to that when he talked about like things, like the hypotheticals of things they could get back. I don't think he ever, I'll listen to the quote back. I don't believe he ever said, like, oh, it could be a defenseman. It could be a forward. He said it could be, we get a forward and a defenseman.
Yeah.
Like we get multiple pieces. He never said anything, though, of the sort of maybe we package him with something and get, like, that is the thing you never hear.
Right. And that's, to me, I entered this offseason hoping they would swing Byram and Peterka together. Byram and number 9 in a prospect.
Right.
Peterka and number 9. And the ship seems to have sailed on a lot of it.
Right.
And now you're stuck in what do teams want to offer you. Well, I can give you this player and a pick. I don't want picks. Okay. Mm-hmm. Give me a call later. I mean, I don't know.
He could talk to you in August, maybe.
He could get traded later today. It's the kind of thing where you would have to ask yourself, is there an awesome offer on the deal for futures, and they won't take it because of futures? And why won't they take futures? Because the GM is in the 6th offseason.
Yeah. And also, nobody does want to see them acquire futures.
I don't want to see them acquire futures.
Nobody wants to see them acquire futures.
But the offer sheet scenario is one that would make sense to accept futures in certain scenarios. But you're probably right when you say, he says, we'll match anything. That's probably for the agent rather than the teams out there. We'll match anything.
I think that's probably
you want to discourage the player from doing it. Because if the player does it, now all of the decision is on you, and you are hamstrung by the contract, a full year of not trading that player.
Right.
So you're probably right that any GM that says that is saying it to the agent.
Right. And by the way, this is where, like, I wonder if it could get dragged out. I mean, this is the only one example of it, but Jeff Skinner was traded on August 2nd to the Buffalo Sabres. Like, is that the type of timeline that we're looking at for Byram, where they're not trading him this, like, today or this week? Like, it could be a month of this,
and Jeff Skinner
or 2 months of this.
Jeff Skinner got traded for what?
Nothing.
Cliff Poo and a third.
Cliff Poo
and a second.
I just looked it up. Cliff Poo, a second, a third, and a fourth. Yeah, 3 draft picks and Cliff Poo.
Okay, there's your Byram trade. Get ready.
See, that
for a guy you've never heard of and 3 futures.
Like, if that's the type of offer that's on the table for them right now, I'd rather he's on the team.
That I would agree with.
Like, if they're getting futures that aren't even a first-round pick, then I'm not. No, you don't do that. You keep Byram and you play him with Dahlin for a year. Because, like, that is not something to be valued for a long-term deal. But for 1 year, like, that pair does work.
Yep.
As do a lot of Dahlin pairings, but I do think there's the one thing that Byram does give you a little bit more of that I don't think every single Dahlin partner does, is he's going to capitalize offensively on some of the chances that Dahlin creates. Some of the offensive zone time. I do think Byram has a pretty good shot.
So play him with Dahlin for the year. Inflate everything he does.
Absolutely.
And then trade him.
Yeah.
I mean, inflate it.
Inflate it. And hope that it helps you, and pray that Dahlin doesn't get hurt, because the second he does, then it all goes kaput.
803-0550. Jeremy and Joe, happy Thursday, July 3rd. Happy July 4th. Happy holiday weekend, long weekend, another banner day. I mean, the weather has been just incredible. Beautiful. We walked out yesterday after I told you that Aaron Menkowski on BEN said it was going to be the nicest day of the year. Joe and I walk outside after the show, and he says, okay, you know what? Maybe it is the nicest day.
It might be.
It really might be the nicest day of the year. It's my father-in-law's birthday, too, so happy birthday to him. Okay, break time. We'll talk some Sabres. We'll get, we'll get stuff going today. We've got a lot of fun planned. At least I think we do. We'll find out. It's a getaway day for a lot of you out there with a long weekend as well. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. Jeff in Tampa. Hang on. We'll get to your call right on the other side. That the Sabres have not yet replaced J.J. Peterka, and there's a question, will they? Will they replace Peterka? Peterka scored a bunch of goals, and this is a team that scored a lot of goals. Do they think they scored all those goals and they missed the playoffs? They need 7 more wins without those goals. And that comes in the form of just being better defensively, a better structure.
I think it has to be that, or it could be this guy Lyon's going to give them more saves than they've had before.
Your backup goalie, he's still probably your backup.
Maybe. I mean,
he's going to give you how many more? Here's the problem. He's going to give you how many more wins? Reimer gave you wins.
Reimer
was not the problem. You need Luukkonen to not be the problem.
He started 43 games 2 years ago for Detroit. So is that in the range of outcomes for them? Is that he starts almost exactly half, or maybe just a couple of more than Luukkonen? I mean, Levi probably gets a couple over the course of the year, too, so maybe it's neither of them get to 41, which is the half point. So I think it's possible. I mean, I was looking at some of the numbers on these guys. The last 3 years, goals saved above expected out of 97 goalies that qualified. Lyon ranks 32nd, and Luukkonen ranks 57th. So, Luukkonen's younger, and you could say more talented because he was drafted higher, and he is bigger by 5 inches maybe, but statistically, Lyon has been a better goaltender. So he can't beat out Luukkonen to be this team's number one goalie?
If he could, he would have gotten more than he got on the open market. No?
I'm not. That's right.
If there was belief that he was going to do that, he'd have gotten more money.
But then that's also a belief that Luukkonen's actually a $5 million goaltender. Which they are. There's two things happening with them right now that are a little bit curious. One, how close are they actually going to be to the salary cap? Because right now they're at $12.8 million.
Away from the cap?
Away from the cap. And RFA's left to sign Byram, Timmins, Levi. They could trade Byram for some guy who makes $2 million a year or draft picks, and then you're still $6-7 million below the cap. But if I saw yesterday that Byram's projected contract is $7.2 million on a 2-year deal. If they sign Byram to something around $7 million, and then Levi and Timmins get $1 million or $2 million each, I mean, they're gonna be up against the cap if they either pay Byram or get someone that makes the equivalent of Bo Byram, unless. Will they dump Samuelsson? Will they clear space somewhere else because they're not going to be a cap team this year? Because I'm just looking at it they're going to end up there. If they do the status quo, they're probably going to end up $1 million or $2 million from the cap.
Yeah.
Which is way closer to it than they ever have been. Sabres GM Kevin Adams, meeting with the media yesterday, says that the team will match any offer sheet that comes around for Bo Byram, who is still a restricted free agent. Chris Johnson of Sportsnet reports there's a stalemate with the Byram trade now because there are futures deals on the table, and Adams does not want to make a trade involving picks coming back. Johnston mentioned that the Flames are a team that have been interested on Bo Byram. Football, Pittsburgh Post-Gazette reports TJ Watt's looking to become the highest paid non-quarterback in the NFL. He wants to come in over top of Myles Garrett's $40 million per year deal. At Wimbledon, Carlos Alcaraz won his second-round match yesterday easily in straight sets. Novak Djokovic plays this morning in about 2 hours. And in baseball, the Blue Jays beat the Yankees 11-9. They are now tied with the Yankees for first place in the AL East. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
We believe Bo is an excellent hockey player that can help our team win. I've maintained the same position that if there's a deal out there that makes sense for us that we think is going to improve our roster, we're open to it. But if there's not, we're not in a situation where we're looking to move him out or looking to move him for futures and stuff like that. It's just for me, we want to help our team win hockey games, and he does that.
Kevin Adams. Are they, well, whatever, we're going to call in here. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Are they gun shy on big contract extensions because they already have a bunch and it did not work out for Cousins? And, Petorka didn't get his. It didn't work out for Samuelson. Usually if they identify a player as, love this guy, boom, he's got 7 years.
Right, like they wouldn't talk about Tage the way they're talking about McLeod.
No.
Right, like, he helps our team win. It would have to be the right deal that makes our team better. I don't think that's how he would answer a question about Tage, Dahlin, Tuck.
Right.
McLeod. If he had got McLeod was an RFA, he never got asked this question because there was never any trade smoke about him. But if he had been asked the same question about McLeod, what would he have said? Wouldn't he have sounded different?
Yeah.
I don't think you would have heard, if there's a deal out there that makes us better. Like, he's very open about the idea of trading Byram, which is why I just still want to feel like they want to do it.
Yep. Jeff in Tampa. Good morning, Jeff.
Hey, not exactly what I was going to call up. That clip from Adam just makes me, not to oversimplify it makes me sound like somebody who's buying a house. I have to have a house with purple shutters, but so get the best house you can get, and then change the shutters yourself. It's ridiculous. But the reason I was going to call was that I feel like the Sabres, regardless of who is in charge for the last, 10, 15 years, they don't learn from their own mistakes, and they certainly don't learn from the previous administration's mistakes. This whole thing with the offer sheets, it sounds like the Vanek thing. They got so upset with losing, Briere and other players, like they just, we're going to match. We're going to overpay a player when we could have got some great draft picks. Take the best deal, period, and then sort it out. It's just they just don't learn from anyone's mistakes.
Yeah. Well, Jeff, I would say, the Vanek offer sheet, it is one of the endless conversations, fun conversations to have about, what would have happened the other way. The difference there is, of course, the Sabres, when that happened, were awesome. Mm-hmm. They were good. And they had just suffered a massive loss of losing both Briere and Drury. Mm-hmm. And the GM is faced with maybe losing another premier player. This one even younger.
Sure, this one only played 2 years.
Yeah, top 5 draft pick.
Yeah.
And
40 goals.
And you're a good team. So you say, no, I'm going to keep that guy, and this is his contract now. I never thought it was too much of an overpay. He was awesome. Maybe at the time by, a couple million, but whatever.
The difference there wasn't, do I have this right? At the time, the contract Vanek got would have fetched the Sabres 4 first-round picks.
That's right. You would have picked up 4 firsts from Edmonton.
Which is Byram at most 2, probably more likely 1.
Yes.
That's a different call than 4 first-round picks. Vanek was a better player by a lot, I think, and helps a team more when he was coming off a 40-goal season than Bo Byram is right now. But wasn't that more the debate was not, is he worth this? It's, do we want 4 firsts for this guy?
Which
it's a lot of draft compensation.
It is. But again, they were an awesome team.
But were they after Briere and Drury?
Well, they would have had reason to think, let's continue to try to win games and be competitive. Sure, we lost Briere and Drury. We still have Ryan Miller. We were the number 1 team in the entire NHL. All right, well, we lost 2 super important players.
Right.
Should we tank? Listen.
Yeah.
Go back to that moment. If I feel like if you think they should have taken the 4 firsts, you are not allowed ever, I'm looking right in the camera, ever, to yell at me about tanking. That was a President's Trophy team. 2 players leave in free agency. Oh, they're offering you 4 firsts for this guy. Let's tank. When I wanted them to tank, which they did, they were 24th a couple years in a row, and they were dying on the vine. It was brutal. So they unloaded their talent, like Pominville and Vanek, ironically, and Miller, and had some bad seasons and reloaded. The idea that in that moment they should have taken 4 firsts, Edmonton was a kind of a hopeless franchise at that point. They kept picking in the top 3. Maybe they get Vanek, maybe they get another player, and they're just middle-round picks. I mean, you don't just get to say, look where those 4 first picks were.
Right, and even if you do, I mean, it's not like there's no McDavid attached to that. The 4 first-round picks after the Sabres matched, the 4 first they would have received. Vanek would have been on the Oilers, so you could play that game. Like, would they have been better?
Give me the spot they selected in the next 5 years, because as one of the little wrinkles is...
they had to be in the first.
That Edmonton would have had to give you 4 picks in 5 years. So if they picked 4th, they could have said not this year.
Right. I'm just double-checking one of these because they picked 22nd the year after they offer-sheeted Vanek, but I'm just double-checking. They traded down. They picked 12th originally.
Okay, because when they
12th.
Well, when they offer-sheeted Vanek, they had been to the Cup final 2 years before.
Right.
Because 05-06, they lose to Carolina.
Right.
So that's a team that went to the Cup final, I think it's an 8 seed.
Yeah.
And then the next year missed the playoffs.
Right. So
then they're looking to get back. I mean, they were not the completely worthless Oilers that we knew for a decade in between.
But then they kind of become that, but here it is. Of the next 5 years, their draft selection was 12, 10, 1, 1, 1.
Again,
but
it's not the
you
same.
Want to know who those three were?
The ones?
Who were the ones?
The ones were Ryan Nugent-Hopkins.
Yep.
Is it Taylor Hall?
Taylor Hall.
And the third one is going to be Nail Yakupov.
Nail Yakupov.
You want to get me on some trivia? You get me number 1 picks.
Nail Yakupov,
I'll tell you who those guys are.
3 in a row.
Yeah.
So you would have received 2 really high picks, but none of those players were like they didn't turn the Oilers around.
Again, to me the main point is
Nugent-Hopkins is still contributing, but
you were a good team trying to stay good. And now in this offer sheet scenario, you are not a good team.
Right.
The idea that you're going to get a forward and a D, first off, where would they go? The Sabres have almost done with their forwards, their middle-class forwards, what they did with their first-round draft picks, which is you actually have too many of these guys.
Yeah.
What are you supposed to do? If a team is offering a forward, this is you in fantasy football with roster limits. I gotta cut a guy. I actually don't have many players I want to cut. Who am I trading away? This is where the packaging comes in. Like, okay, it's Byram and Greenway. It's Byram and, God forbid, Tuck. You want to get a real piece.
But see, that's the thing.
You're not going to trade Tuck, of course.
What's interesting about the volume of the players they have right now, because isn't the reason they're going to trade Byram or would want to trade Byram just strictly they don't want to give him a long-term commitment? Because for right now, like, I am not telling you their top 6 is good at all. Like, I think it's a big problem. But they have plenty of enough forwards to fill out a lineup. You want to push Benson or Quinn down in the bottom 6, and then you're pushing someone else out of the bottom 6, like,
which is fine. But no one wants to give you a top 3 forward for Bo Byram.
Right?
And if you're sitting around waiting for that, saying I don't want futures, I'm waiting for my top 6 forward.
If it's just for another third line winger that I've already kind of got, then you go back to the question. Well, if it's just for that, what's more valuable to me? A third line winger that I'm going to overplay and put in the top line, or Byram on my top pair, when if he's not my top pair defenseman, it's going to be Samuelsson again?
Yeah. Well,
because I might argue that Byram over Samuelsson is pretty equivalent of an upgrade or of a spot to be than putting, Jason Zucker 2.0 on my first line. That's not where I want to end up.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550.
That's why the only idea is to package something with Byram. That's the only good idea.
And that ship might have sailed, because what do you package with him? Kulich? Benson?
You do it with Kulich's a center. Like, those are the two that carry the most value, that are both really good young players. But the difference is, you trade Kulich, I don't know what you're doing at center. Center's a disaster at that point, in my opinion. It already looks pretty questionable.
Aren't there 15 teams that wouldn't even consider Benson because he's too small?
Maybe. I mean, I know his numbers are very good. And he plays bigger than he is. He wins battles. He's goes to the dirty areas.
Yeah.
Maybe. I think there would be enough teams that would fall in love with the profile there, and maybe hope that there's still a greater offensive ceiling if he can figure out how to shoot a hockey puck.
803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Still some Sabres offseason stuff. We got Kevin Adams yesterday speaking on a number of issues, talking with the media about Alex Lyon. He called him a established, or what was the word? Called him a...
What was the word? Because
it was not established.
I looked up how many starts he had in the league after he said whatever it was.
Was it a proven goaltender?
Maybe it was proven.
Yeah. Because it got to our conversation yesterday about could he win the job from Luukkonen, and the way that Adams talked, it sounded like he thought it could happen.
And listen, like I actually would prefer. I think Lyon right now presents a better profile than Luukkonen does, but I wouldn't use the word proven or established because. Do you know that he is 32 years old? You know how many starts he has in the NHL?
It's like 100.
Yeah, he has started 51 fewer games in his NHL career than Luukkonen has.
Yeah. Well, that's
so established is not necessarily the right term, I think.
He said he was in for competition. And to me, that sounds like a guy that is really in the competition.
Right.
803-0550. All right, we'll get a break in. Jeremy and Joe. Joe Cali producing. Owen's here as well. It's Thursday. It's basically a Friday.
It is basically it's a Friday.
For people that have the day off tomorrow. You can give us a ring if you want, 803-0550 on WGR. Jeremy White here for Z-Bart. If you want to protect your vehicle. Kevin Adams spoke yesterday.
Yeah. So this is going to drag out, isn't it?
Well, there's a problem. There's a problem. It's a pretty big problem.
Uh-huh.
I've been trying
to... Is the problem a thing that they don't see as a problem that they actually prefer? Which is... they now get to hold on to all that cap space because they need to save it in case somebody offer sheets. There's Bo Byram, so that when they don't spend it, and in December, Kevin Adams gets a question about, why do you have $8 million in cap space when the team is this bad? And then the answer is, well, at the time we had to save it because of Bo Byram.
Yeah, they always have an answer for why they're saving money. It was going to be it would save money to extend Peterka and Quinn, and there's a third one in there. No, McLeod, which they did. I'm not sitting here saying I prefer futures at all. Mm-hmm. And I know Kevin Adams certainly should not. But we should probably have an adult conversation about the Sabres where the likelihood is the best deal might involve futures. And, of course, they can get what they did before. Tim Murray got a boatload of picks and then immediately traded them, many think, too soon for immediate players. The possibility always exists to trade your pieces, your future pieces, for players. The 9th overall pick probably could have been moved for a player. They didn't want to do it. Okay, that's fine. They've had how many first-round picks? They finally parted ways with Savoy. Finally. Mm-hmm. After his, D3 development season?
No, his was quicker than that.
Okay, D2? They drafted him.
He might have even been after 1. He played for 2 years. So they drafted him in 2022, and they traded him in the summer of 24.
Right, so 2 full years in juniors.
Yeah.
Post-draft.
Yep.
And by the way, if you're still in juniors 2 years post-draft, like I think that might be a little bit of an indicator. You're not an elite player. You can still be very good, but you might not be elite.
I mean, he would have been in the AHL if he was allowed to.
True.
Remember, he couldn't play there.
Zach Benson made this team.
That's also true.
Savoy did not.
Right.
I mean, we can talk about that. Whatever. I'm like I said, a stream of consciousness. But the point is, the larger point is, you don't want to take futures. It's your fault that you might have to.
Does he feel like they have to? Because if futures is the best deal. Is the best deal futures, or is the best deal Bo Byram's on my roster and playing for me for the next for one more year?
And then what?
And then you try to trade him again
at the deadline?
Because at the deadline or in the offseason, you might think that you're going to get the same thing you get next summer.
You might. But we're right back where you always are, which is you might need to be the team that packages 3 players together to get one piece. Joe, I need you to find me, if you could, and Owen and Joe, if you could also. Are there any smooth, timeless rock cover bands playing anywhere tonight? Because I told you Wednesday I went to see a Fleetwood Mac cover band, and last night we saw Steely Dan cover band, Dirty Work, a tribute to Steely Dan.
All right.
Live at Larkinville. 2 days in a row now. Smooth. Not that it's all smooth, but whatever.
Yeah. Steely Dan. I was introduced kind of to Steely Dan like very recently because they're not anyone I know they exist. Couldn't tell you a single song. Playing golf with another friend, and my buddy's uncle, and we're like, "What music are we gonna put on?" And my buddy's uncle's like, "Throw some Steely Dan on."
Yeah.
So we're like, "All right." So I'm like listening to it like I'm like the third or fourth hole. I'm like, I don't know what I'm listening to right now, but I am kind of into it. So I've a couple times since then have put Steely Dan radio back on.
It's funny.
It's good.
So I turned in the control room there. What's the collective age of the two of you in there? Because I said, you come back from Steely Dan, and they're both young. They're like, oh, yeah, Steely Dan. What? Everybody knows Steely Dan?
Steely Dan, yeah.
So anyway, my father-in-law's birthday, we went out for that. The reason I get to that real quickly is I've got cousins, friends in town from Australia. I've got a cousin that lives in Australia. Mm-hmm. She and her husband are here visiting from Australia in the U.S. for like weeks. And they're with us for a week. And it occurs to me as yesterday, I mentioned 2 days ago, Bidwell to go to a concert outdoors. Yesterday, first we spent the day at Canalside, then down to Larkinville. And a really great way to kind of fall back in love with your own city or just appreciate it is have people visit you and just go do all the fun things that are happening in your city for a week.
Yeah.
Because they've been up here before. Mm-hmm. They've come to Bills games. They've been to multiple Bills games. They've been here during blizzards where there's 3 feet of snow on the ground. And this is the first time they've come in the summer.
Okay.
And every few hours, I kind of say to them, like, look at this place.
Yeah.
This is what it's like in the summer. For somebody that would have been to Buffalo 5 times only in January, and then to show up in this last week.
Yeah.
It's kind of wild. It's like I haven't been able to see the houses before. Everything was covered in snow and the trees, and here we are, just lakeside. And one thing I'd like to point out, I hadn't seen these before at Canal Side. You know how you can go down there and there's a lot of stuff to do.
Yep.
You can see the boats. There's the carousel. There's the little beach. Mm-hmm. I had not seen before that they have permanent cornhole fixtures.
Where right on the
lawn, and by permanent cornhole I mean someone
nailed to the ground.
No, more. Some genius on this earth decided, why don't we make cornhole concrete? Actual stone concrete cornhole sets set to the distance with a hole, with the slope. They're just there.
They just live there.
Permanent concrete cornhole sets.
Does the bag react the same on the concrete as it would
Joe,
on the?
Come on, what are you trying to? Somebody had a good idea, and you're asking.
It is a good idea. No,
you're asking about the integrity of the bag slide on the surface.
No, it is a good idea.
The surface is got a little thing on it with sponsors, so it's not stone.
I'm gonna have to add some things to the calendar here because you've got me looking up now like cover band and like things that are similar to what you just did. Like there's a Beatles rooftop tribute. Coming up in a couple of weeks in Larkin. Like performing on the roof, like there's some good stuff in here.
Had a good couple of days. You know? Get some people from out of town to visit you and show them stuff, and you end up having a good time. So there you go. 803-0550. Steely Dan. Everybody knows Steely Dan?
I think maybe everybody does know Steely Dan. Everybody here knows Steely Dan?
I mean, I know
this is a good
Steely
range
Dan.
of demos here, I think.
Yeah, I mean, if you had asked me about Steely Dan, I wouldn't have given the nod. Be like, oh yeah, I wouldn't have done.
Here's the thing, though. I could not tell you right now like what their heyday was. Like it could be 1972 for all I know. It could be 1988. It could be 1995. I don't know if I would know that.
Sure. They formed in 1971.
Okay.
And are
they one of these bands that are still performing like well after they probably should be?
Wikipedia says active 71 to 81 and then 93 to present. They disbanded in 1981.
But now they're back.
Wow, this was a tribute to Steely Dan.
Right.
But I guess they are still active, sure. All right, anyway. Happy Thursday, July 3rd. Jeremy and Joe. The Sabres and Bo Byram. Kind of quiet on the rumor front.
Calgary a little bit.
Nikolai Ehlers still unsigned, and we can dream. We can dream.
Well, I mean, signing him, that would get rid of your I can match any offer sheet for Bo Byram.
What was the story about Ehlers back when Botterill did not pull a trigger on a trade? He would have been coming this way for who?
Ristolainen.
And the reason it fell apart was because the Sabres would not include a fourth-round pick. Cool. Good.
Yep. That's the GM, by the way, that got a second job. Remember that.
It was good times. That was a report. Fourth-round pick is what caught that up. Imagine you're an NHL general manager. You're like, I just can't do it with a fourth. Just can't. That's got to be Jerome Gauthier.
Is it on the Drought Mount Rushmore? It's pretty bad.
It's pretty bad. Now that I see him out there looking for like $10 million a year as a 94% wins above replacement fancy chart guy, could have just been on the Sabres. 803-0550. All right. We're in good moods. We want you to be in a good mood too. Give us a ring about anything. 803-0550 on WGR. No, the problem is this. I was trying to write it in a paragraph. I was trying to fit it into a tweet, and I've yet to be able to get it down to the exact words that I need to for this. So it's if you'll allow me, 3.5 hours of stream of consciousness, but I have this thought where Adams, who's been on the job now for 6 off seasons, and most of his job has been trading away good players. Right?
Yep.
We watch every year good players do something somewhere else because they don't want to be here, contract this, contract that. And Adams, I don't want to say he thinks he's a wheeler dealer, but he has been involved with some pretty high-profile trades. And getting rid of Jack Eichel for 4 pieces in a blockbuster and trading away Sam Reinhart in a deal that brings you a first and a goalie. And he would have been around. He doesn't make the O'Reilly trade, right? That's Botterill.
That's Botterill.
Okay, he doesn't make that trade. But he would have, whatever, he's near the organization. He's with the academy. He's around the Pagulas. So he sees that deal. He's seen how many deals where 1 goes out and 2 come in. Every one of these teams that tried to trade for the player that they got from the Sabres, Eichel, Reinhart, O'Reilly, who else is Peterka. These teams gave up 2, 3, 4 pieces for 1 because they thought it'll make us better to give up 2, 3, 4 pieces and get this 1. And yet, when the time comes where he's looking to add, he is not willing to do that. I'm not sitting here saying I prefer futures at all. And I know Kevin Adams certainly should not. But we should probably have an adult conversation about the Sabres where the likelihood is the best deal might involve futures. And, of course, they can get what they did before. Tim Murray got a boatload of picks and then immediately traded them, many think, too soon for immediate players. The possibility always exists to trade your pieces, your future pieces, for players. The 9th overall pick probably could have been moved for a player. They didn't want to do it. Okay, that's fine. They've had how many first-round picks? They finally parted ways with Savoy. Finally. After his, D3 development season?
No, his
D2.
His was quicker than that.
Okay, D2? They drafted him. He's in.
He might have even been after 1. He played for 2 years. 2 years. So they drafted him in 2022, and they traded him in the summer of 24.
Right, so 2 full years in juniors.
Yeah.
Post-draft.
Yep.
And by the way, if you're still in juniors 2 years post-draft, I think that might be a little bit of an indicator. You're not an elite player. You can still be very good, but you might not be elite.
I mean, he would have been in the AHL if he was allowed to.
True.
Remember, he couldn't play there.
Zach Benson made this team.
That's also true.
Savoy did not.
Right.
I mean, we can talk about that. Whatever. I'm like I said, a stream of consciousness. But the point is, the larger point is, you don't want to take futures. It's your fault that you might have to.
Does he feel like they have to? Because if futures is the best deal. Is the best deal futures, or is the best deal Bo Byram's on my roster and playing for me for the next for one more year?
And then what?
And then you try to trade him again
at the deadline?
Because at the deadline or in the offseason, you might think that you're going to get the same thing you get next summer.
You might. But we're right back where you always are, which is you might need to be the team that packages 3 players together to get 1 piece.
Sabres GM Kevin Adams, meeting with the media yesterday, says that the team will match any offer sheet that comes around for Sabres defenseman Bo Byram. Chris Johnston reports that there is a stalemate with a Byram trade right now because there are futures deals on the table, and Adams does not want to make a trade involving picks. He also mentioned that the Flames are right now a leading team that has been interested in Byram. Pittsburgh Post-Gazette reports TJ Watt, who is unhappy and looking for a new contract, is looking to become the highest paid non-quarterback in the league. That would come over top of Myles Garrett's $40 million per year contract. At Wimbledon, Carlos Alcaraz wins his second-round match in straight sets. Novak Djokovic plays in about an hour and a half. That's the marquee matchup of this morning. And in baseball, the Blue Jays beat the Yankees last night in a crazy 11-9 win. They are now tied for first place with the Yankees in the AL East. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
If you leave just enough room in your cap that where you maybe see a projection on a one-year deal, and then someone comes over the top, you're potentially putting your organization in a really tough spot. And so the moves we've made and decisions we've made for weeks now leading up to this point is with that in mind. And so no, we'll be matching and have the opportunity to have a player under contract that we think helps us win.
Kevin Adams, in my opinion, bluffing about the offer sheet scenario. Might not be likely to begin with. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Happy Thursday. It's July 3rd. Getaway day for many of you maybe out there with a long weekend on the way. I've also come to realize that I am the victim of a game here on this show that people are trying to not tell me. It's how long will I leave my sunglasses on top of my hat during the show? You guys are playing this, aren't you? Yeah, I caught it. I caught it like maybe 15 minutes today.
We let you go today.
Yeah.
Let you go
I
on your
get
own.
it. It's fine. I get out of the car, put the sunglasses on top of my hat. We start the show. I log into the YouTube channel just to take a look, make sure I don't have food on my face, and there they are, sunglasses on top of the hat, indoors. Fine.
Still the part is that they are on your head at all because it's so early in the morning.
True.
What are we using the sunglasses for?
It's a great
already?
question. I don't even know how they get there. I think I put them there.
They're there somehow.
I think I put them there so I don't.
I almost feel like
them.
it's a bit like you're doing the bit. Like they look like it's a fashion thing.
Yeah.
Or something. I don't know.
I don't know.
You're covering what's on your hat, though, if you wear sunglasses.
You know what?
On the hat.
You know what it actually is. I think it's the same as you having a pair of truck or car sunglasses. You said you have a pair in your car.
I have a pair in my car at all times.
That's what these are for me. Except instead of keeping them in my car, they're on top of my hat.
They're on top of your hat at all times.
That's just the little compartment that is mentally in my car.
Maybe the next tech innovation in hats is getting like a sunglasses space, like indent almost in your hat, so that they just fit right in there.
Perfect. And for you.
It would be like if it's a white hat, they'd be white sunglasses. They blend right into the hat.
I love it. For you, though, it would be upside down, right?
Absolutely, of course.
Flip sunglasses upside down.
Obviously. Who was doing this to me the other day that said I should get – there's a Sabres hat that's upside down that is right up my alley.
I don't know.
I forgot, though.
803-0550 is our phone number. So, all right, we've got some Kevin Adams stuff to get to. We've got, NHL offseason stuff. The Bills are 20 days away from the start of training camp, from the first practice of training camp.
Right, they'll show up. I think they'll report 3 weeks from today, right? No. Before 19 days. It's the day before, so 19 days.
First practice Wednesday the 23rd. And then they go Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. First preseason game is a month and 6 days.
Against the Giants. So we should get some Jackson Dart, which will be interesting, right? Haven't we had a couple rookies play their first preseason games against the Bills? Caleb Williams, right?
Caleb Williams, Anthony Richardson did.
Richardson did and looked really good, didn't he?
Yeah, there was some impressive stuff from Richardson.
Yeah.
And Williams had a couple of really impressive throws, too.
Yep.
I mean, it's the preseason. It kind of shows you some of the value of the preseason. But, yeah, we've seen those two.
Which means we're under a month away from debates about how much guys should play in the preseason, of course.
Right. Well, training camp. We'll get excited for it. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Ron in D.C. Ron, good morning. Is Ron there? Are you gone, Ron?
Am I here?
Yes, you're
Go
there.
for it.
Good, Ron. Hey, what's up?
Hey, good Thursday morning. Feels like a Friday. Hey, real quick about Steely Dan. They're still alive and kicking. I saw them 2 years ago at Madison Square Garden opening for the Eagles. The principals were Fagan, who still plays keyboards, and Walter Becker, who passed away as the lead guitarist. But they're a jazz fusion band that it's an acquired taste. So good on you to indulge everybody with that.
Sure.
Hey, turning to Kevin Adams real quick. This Paterka thing has ripped the Band-Aid off again, and we're back to Ralph Kruger word salads with Kevin Adams. It's really disappointing to hear Adams have to basically run around in circles again with the same old issue. I feel for the guy. It's like your friendly neighbor who wants to help you fix things around your house but doesn't really know how to do it. So at this point, we're back to Pegula's economic and efficient message. This $5 or $6 million that we're going to give to Bo is great. We're still going to have $5 or $6 million when the smoke clears, because that money's going to go to pay the Sabres salaries in Rochester. That's where that $5 to $6 million goes every year, because Mr. Pegula wants the Sabres to be a break-even business and doesn't want to lose any money because all the season ticket holders are holding back. So consider this a vet call as well as some Steely Dan rock history.
Sure.
Thanks, guys, for the great job you do. Have a great weekend.
Thanks, Ron. One very small accounting number, Jacob Bernard-Docker. So Adams talked about that yesterday. He's asked about why they didn't qualify Jacob Bernard-Docker. Now, I fully understand how much weight this move has among Sabres fans. And by that I mean probably not a lot, but it's kind of like, I don't know, canary in the coal mine might not be the right metaphor here, but they did not qualify Jacob Bernard-Docker. And from what I saw, the qualifying offer would have been $900,000.
Yeah.
And the NHL minimum is $775,000. So,
and he got $800,000 from the Red Wings.
Yes. And Adams said yesterday that they didn't do it because of how many guys on the depth chart, where those guys are, and on and on. And he talked about if he had arbitration rights, what is arbitration, what is class, the number would have been considerably higher. And I hadn't seen anything about arbitration, so that I guess could be correct. But he left. Was he not arbitration eligible?
He was arbitration eligible, but the idea what were they afraid of Jacob Bernard-Docker earning in arbitration? A player that played 40 games last year, had 8 points, and played 13 minutes a night.
That I don't know. Is it one of the arbitrations you're able to walk away from?
Maybe.
Or is it one that you're bound to?
Even so, what? He was going to get $2.5 million? What did they think was going to happen?
He said the number that he was going to get. It was considerably higher. And that's one of the reasons they walked away. They like that guy, but just the numbers of it. They've acquired a couple defensemen.
I think that's code for the coach didn't like him.
That's
my guess. I cannot accept that they were afraid that he was going to get $75,000 more than they were willing to pay him, and that was the determining factor to why to dump him. Because I just can't see him getting any number that would scare anybody. Who is he? He's played just over 100 games in the league in 6 years. Or it could be more about he did say this, the numbers of it, right? That they just didn't feel that it was even worth having a one-way contract for a guy that they thought was going to be like their 8th or 9th defenseman coming in. But the arbitration part of it was weird to me because what are you afraid of? $3 million? He's not getting a sizable contract. What do you get in the open market? He settled for $800,000. So
yeah,
I don't know. I can't believe the $25,000 or $100,000, even if I could go that high, maybe would have been the reason that he's gone.
Can I make a parallel here about for the Sabres to another team?
Sure.
Are they not a little bit like the Dolphins right now? Where they want to win, they want to improve on what they've been, but natural timelines might have suggested that by now in Miami, the GM would have been gone. And by now in Miami, the coach maybe would have been gone in a more shrewd operation. And instead what they get is, this guy wants to be traded. Okay, well, let's trade him, and we'll get this and this and this back. And the whole thing ends up looking like, what exactly are you trying to do there? You're caught in between rebuild and no, we're going to push forward for this because Miami probably can't win the Super Bowl, right? The limitations at quarterback are too significant.
Correct.
Their coach, I think, is good, but they don't have the talent to do it, and they're almost kind of treading water for a little tiny, not even moral victory. If Miami made the playoffs and won a game, that would be a great season for them.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they haven't done it in 25 years.
And that's Pittsburgh, too.
Yeah.
Make the playoffs and win a game, that's kind of your Super Bowl. And here are the Sabres where I've kind of said to you, Joe, like they almost have to treat making the playoffs like it's getting promoted to another level. Mm-hmm. They were 1 point away 2 years ago and have drifted further away since. And the way the national media talks about the Sabres, they're further away than they've been in 3 years. I mean, you get anybody reading these trades and talking about these trades, the Peterka trade is respectable, but most find it underwhelming. And the other trade for Clifton is just like, well, okay, that's whatever. They read like a team that is trying to get to this middle bar. Yeah. And because of that, they're not rebuilding. And because of that, they're also not going for it. There's not really a bold, huge swing here. In 3 years or 3 off seasons, since being 1 point out, they've taken very modest swings. Mm-hmm. And Adams here in year 6 saying, offseason number 6 saying, we're not interested in futures. The fact that that's what you're being offered kind of tells you where you are. These teams think, oh, we'll take your good player, and you probably want some picks. You want a good player from us? Why would we do that? Good teams don't unload good players. We don't just send you a top 6 forward for the heck of it. We want to keep the top 6 forward and get your defenseman that we think will help us. So I don't know. Like I feel a little parallel to Miami, where the goal is we've been at this a little while. We have to take a step forward, but we're not shooting for the same thing that the teams at the top are really shooting for. Miami is not in the same ballpark as Baltimore, as Buffalo.
No, not even.
They're
close.
Not shooting for the same goals. You have to kind of accept your lot in life and shoot for a more modest goal. And to me, that's what the Sabres are doing here because of the timeline of the GM, because it's offseason number 6.
Isn't it harder for Miami to screw it up this long, though? Because they have the advantages of that the Sabres do not have, of when Tyreek Hill wants to be traded or is getting traded from the Chiefs, and he gets to help narrow down his list. Where does he end up picking where he wants to go? It's like it was between the Jets and the Dolphins at the end. Where does he pick? He picks Miami. Where does Jalen Ramsey want to go after he's leaving the Rams? He wants to go to Miami. Like, Miami is going to be a draw that is going to help you get talent there. Whereas here, that is seen as a preventative reason as to why they just can't kickstart this thing. That they can't get a good... Like, I wonder, for all they don't want to do futures, and this is on the table, and maybe they said no to this for J.J. Peterka. I wonder if there was this. How you never really know. How many times does it happen that they're talking about a Bo Byram trade and Adams and the other GM are kind of on the same page, but it doesn't end up happening because the player doesn't want to come here? Because when you're trading Byram and a Benson or somebody else, you're packaging multiple things. That's when you're often dealing in the world of players that have no movement clauses, right?
Yeah.
And is that why it's harder for them? Is that why we don't have one of these? Not just that the GM can't pull the trigger on deals like this and can't get them done, but also that this is the world of the no movement clause.
Well, could you have loaded up a package for Jordan Kyrou, whose no movement clause kicked in 3 days ago?
That's why it's not always
could you have kicked
Patterson until July 1st. Yeah. There were times when you could have done stuff.
There's reporting that Marco Rossi, they want to move him from Minnesota.
And that they don't want to pay him, yeah.
They're going to move him because they don't want to pay him.
That might be one where I wonder if they end up doing that because that's the best they can get. The report was they didn't want Rossi in a Peterka trade because they didn't want another undersized forward, right? Mm-hmm. But what about a month later if you're trying to do this Byram for a top 6 forward move and there's no other idea available to you? So it's not, well, we want a big top 6 forward. We want a good, veteran top 6 forward. Well, maybe that's not out there for you. And if you search and search and search, maybe it's more there's a realization of we're not getting that guy.
No.
So, all right, we would have liked to do better than him a month ago, but now I'm looking around and I could take a first-round pick over here. I could take a prospect over there. Or I've got this guy who is smaller than what I like, but he put up 60 points last year as a 22-year-old. How much better can I really do than that? And there's a thing with him in being, not taking well to being benched in the playoffs, and how Minnesota didn't trust him in the playoffs, and that's a reason not to acquire him, which I just kind of roll my eyes at. I'll worry about him in the playoffs when I get to the freaking playoffs. I look at him and that's a guy that his team wants to trade him, and I don't see any other top 6 forward that's available anywhere else in the league.
Yeah.
Give me a name. He's got no trade protection either. Give me a name that's better than that one, that makes more sense than that one.
803-0550. Get some more calls in here. On the cap space, the Sabres projected cap space, this gets to the caller and what they kind of really brought up. The Byram saga, how it plays out, will also determine what people think of the Sabres and their commitment to spending. They have the $12 million in cap space right now.
Yeah,
and they have to sign. Who do they have to sign still? They signed McLeod. They have to
sign Quinn. They signed Quinn. So it's Timmins, Connor Timmins. That's not gonna be much.
Nope.
Levi. It's not gonna be much. And then it's Byram if he's here.
Right. So the potential really exists for them to have $9 million in unspent cap space. I feel like, can I get those other two for $3 million total? Levi gets 2.
Sure.
Timmins gets 1.5.
Sure.
They're gonna, if the idea is they save $9 million in space and they save it, and then they don't trade him, and what are they gonna do with Byram at that point? Give him a 1-year deal? Give him
1 or 2? Probably 1. 2 would walk him to UFA status.
Because if he gets traded,
want to do a 1-year
if
deal.
he gets traded and cheap pieces come in and they're just sitting there with $8 million in cap space, what they'll say is that we have that because we saved it in case of an offer sheet, which is kind of what Adams alluded to yesterday. Strategic. He referred to having this much cap space right now as a strategic move to have this much space, which checks out right now. That does make sense. Anyway, 803-0550. It's Wimbledon. It's July 3rd.
Really a downer that Jesse Pegula and Coco Gauff are already out on the women's side, because I'm just not finding myself interested in the women's side of the bracket now with them out. Alcaraz, though, on the men's side is a draw. Love watching him. So, and he played yesterday, and he's awesome. Wimbledon, I was looking at the list of winners earlier, and tennis is really crazy in that there is just no... You want to talk about the sport that has no parity whatsoever? Go to the men's side of tennis.
Yeah.
They've had, I think it's 4 champions in the last 20 years? There's just it's always the same dudes that are always playing in the final, that are always winning it. I think Andy Murray maybe won 1.
Sounds like the Super Bowl quarterback list.
4
dudes for 20 years?
Here are the Wimbledon winners on the men's side. Alcaraz, Djokovic, Federer, Murray, Djokovic, Murray, Federer, Djokovic. Then finally you get to Nadal 15 years ago. So 4 guys in the last 15 years. Love Wimbledon.
It's also,
it fills a hole. I really could have used, the Open Championship could be served to move up a week or 2.
Yeah.
Honestly. Because that's next week. No, it's 2 weeks.
You also have the Tour de France, if you want that. That starts in 2 days.
I don't think I've ever watched a Tour de France. Is it a good TV watch?
I can't say that it is. Maybe it is.
How long am I supposed to watch it? Isn't it like
you see the French?
I'm about to really show I know very little about the Tour de France. Isn't it like a 9-hour race?
Oh, it's much longer than that.
So do I watch the whole thing? Do I watch the end?
It's 3 weeks long.
3 weeks?
Yeah.
What did I guess? 9 hours?
You guessed 9 hours. Yeah, that was
I told you ahead of time that I didn't know very little about it. So when do I watch? At the end?
Anywhere really. There's you get to see the French countryside. You get to see some. You can watch it.
Is there fantasy for Tour de France?
Ooh.
Is there Tour de France fantasy? That could get me into it.
There's got to be.
There's enough guys in the race.
Yeah, there
right?
is. Yep. Tour de France fantasy. A watch company has given you the opportunity to draft a team. All right, you're in. Call Shope.
All right.
He's ready.
Let's start a league. When does it start? Or did it start already?
On the 5th.
On the 5th, so we have 2 days to get a draft together?
Get a team together.
12-team league, PPR, third round reversal, of course. Dynasty?
Yes.
Dynasty Tour de France?
Tight end premium.
Yep. Tour de what else? Yeah, okay, it goes until July 27th.
Yeah. It's a long race.
That's a long
It's a lot of bike riding. All right. So it's tour season and Wimbledon season, and I'm told this Club World Cup is still happening. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Silverstone weekend as well. F1 and
yes.
Silverstone.
Yes.
England. We'll get a break in. 803-0550. Leafs guest at 9 o'clock. We're hanging out here talking, Sabres off season a little bit with you. If you want to jump in, you're more than welcome to. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Kevin Adams spoke yesterday.
Yeah. So this is going to drag out, isn't it?
Well, there's a problem. There's a problem. It's a pretty big problem.
Uh-huh.
I've been trying to...
Is the problem a thing that they don't see as a problem that they actually prefer, which is they now get to hold on to all that cap space because they need to save it in case somebody offer sheets. There's Bo Byram, so that when they don't spend it, and in December, Kevin Adams gets a question about, why do you have $8 million in cap space when the team is this bad? And then the answer is, well, at the time we had to save it because of Bo Byram.
Yeah, they always have an answer for why they're saving money. It was going to be it would save money to extend Peterka and Quinn, and there's a third one in there. No, McLeod, which they did.
Big top six forward. We want a good, veteran top six forward. Well, maybe that's not out there for you. And if you search and search and search, maybe it's more there's a realization of we're not getting that guy.
No.
So, all right, we would have liked to do better than him a month ago, but now I'm looking around and I could take a first round pick over here, I could take a prospect over there, or I've got this guy who is smaller than what I like, but he put up 60 points last year as a 22-year-old. How much better can I really do than that? And there's a thing with him in being, not taking well to being benched in the playoffs, and how Minnesota didn't trust him in the playoffs, and that's a reason not to acquire him, which I just kind of roll my eyes at. I'll worry about him in the playoffs when I get to the freaking playoffs. I look at him and that's a guy that his team wants to trade him, and I don't see any other top six forward that's available anywhere else in the league.
Yeah.
Give me a name. He's got no trade protection either. Give me a name that's better than that one, that makes more sense than that one. Kevin Adams meeting with the media yesterday says that the Sabres will match any offer sheet that comes for defenseman Bo Byram. Chris Johnston of Sportsnet reports there's a stalemate with a Byram trade now because there are futures deals on the table and Adams doesn't want to make trades involving picks. Wimbledon continues. Carlos Alcaraz winning his second-round match in straight sets yesterday. Novak Djokovic plays this morning in about an hour. Pittsburgh Post-Gazette reports T.J. Watt's looking to become the highest-paid player in the league that's not a quarterback, over $40 million per year, which is what Myles Garrett gets. And the Blue Jays are now tied for first place in the AL East after beating the Yankees last night 11-9. So it's Toronto and New York, number one. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Thought a lot about that, and as we set out our off-season kind of plan, we wanted to be harder to play against. We wanted to be better defensively. We wanted a bit more of a veteran presence. Of course you want talent, but I think we have a lot of talented players that can produce offensively. We need to be better defensively to put ourselves in a position to take that next step. So the moves we've made, starting with the Peterka trade and right through yesterday, have been with that in mind. And yeah, I want to have skilled players, but I want to have harder players that make that play on both sides of the puck, that compete, and that goes back to what I just laid out. So. Yeah, I think we have the talent and skill to score goals, and we just needed to clean up some of the other areas.
Sabres GM Kevin Adams. Good Thursday morning, Jeremy and Joe. Happy 4th of July weekend. Hits on a Friday.
How do we feel about it being on a Friday?
Great.
Yeah?
Great.
If it's on a Thursday, though, then you get Thursday and Friday off. Typically we wouldn't, but most would get Thursday and Friday off, right?
Some people might get both off. Some people might just take the Friday with it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, when there's the floating holiday in the middle of the week, that can be, depends, kind of like Christmas. Christmas, when it hits on a Wednesday,
right?
When you're in school, that's the best. They give you the whole week of Christmas, 2 days before, 2 days after. Like, Wednesday's a perfect Christmas hit. At least that's what I used to think when I was in high school and middle school. You get more time off of school.
Yep.
But 4th of July on a Friday, great. Why not?
Better. If I were ranking the days of the week I would want it, I think it would be near the top. Saturday would be the worst.
Definitely top 7.
Top 7 for sure. It's better than Saturday and Sunday, right? For sure. Is it better than Monday?
Same.
No. You could stay up on the Friday.
True.
The 4th. Is it better than Tuesday or Wednesday? That's the real question. Because I think it is better than Thursday.
It's not better than I did not come prepared with my
your rankings of where the 4th of July should be.
Yes. You want to draft days of the week where the 4th of July could be?
I'll go. It's second best. Thursday's the best.
Thursday is better. Huh?
Thursday's better because you're probably getting off in most walks of life.
React to Joe's take. 803-0550. You're crazy, man.
I was just looking at, there's Adams talking, how long he's been here, his first lineup for the Buffalo Sabres.
Eichel.
Of course, yeah.
Reinhardt still here?
Sure.
I don't know. Who else?
I mean, some names you maybe don't remember or forget. Like you got your Cousins and Dahlin and Tage. They're there.
Yeah.
Ristolainen.
Okay.
Carter Hutton starts in goal.
I can't wait for what name on this list is going to hit the best.
Okay. Eric Stahl, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Jeff Skinner. Tobias Reeder. Olofsson. Montour. Colin Miller.
Yeah. They signed him from Vegas.
I would have guessed that was like 4 years before Adams, but Colin Miller, Jake McCabe, Curtis Lazar, Cody Eakin, and then Riley Sheehan. I have no memory of that. And I think that's the totality of it. Which one hit the most? Colin Miller? Because I don't know, just the drought. That's a Botterill move. There aren't many Botterill moves, but I feel like that's one of those Botterill moves. Is that not the difference between Botterill and the other guys? Like, who are his guys? I know who Darcy's guys were. I know who Murray's guys were. That's O'Reilly and Kane and Eichel and Reinhart. And Adams, maybe we have a list now that's growing of that. Who were the Botterill guys? It's part of the point. He didn't do anything when he was here.
Yeah.
In action. Who were his... He doesn't have any.
Michael Frolik.
And, like, come on. That's
he drafted Cousins.
All right, so Cousins maybe.
Yeah. Anyway, 20 days till Bills camp. What are Bills fans talking about right now?
It's the last question somebody asked me about the Bills. Actually, I did do a radio hit in Charlotte yesterday. They're going through the schedule, and they got to the Bills. And, I mean, the first Bills question I got, and I feel like this has happened before on one of those, is... So what's everybody feel about McDermott right now?
Yeah.
Like, he's just good? He's safe? Does he have to win this year? And I basically was just like, I think everyone's either, one, has already been in the camp of they want him gone and have since 13 seconds, or two, they like him, or three, they're resigned to the fact that there's nothing that's going to happen anyway, so what's the point in really worrying about it?
What's everybody feel about McDermott? That's a good question.
Is that right, though, to be the first question about the Bills?
Well, there's a thing about this upcoming season that'll be interesting. What should you expect the defense to be? Last year was a down year for a McDermott defense. And if you say that, I think you have to admit you're complimenting him. That's a bad year. It wasn't that bad. Their defense was not a complete mess. But it was a bad year for them.
Yeah.
They got hit for more big plays. They couldn't get off the field on third down. They were not a great defense. They've had great defenses that have folded in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Bean spends a ton of the draft capital rebuilding that defense, and free agency, you add pieces. No whale, but pieces. Bosa, Hoyt, Ogunjobi. These are veterans. These are guys that have shown they can play in the league. So I don't know. I don't know what Bills Mafia really expects. This defense better be ranked blank, or does it just come down to I need them to make a stop in January?
But we'll want to see signs during the regular season.
But even if you get those signs, we've had the Bills ranked number 3.
No, that's right.
Top defenses regular season get to the postseason and not get their stops. Sometimes that's because of injuries.
But maybe you'll be open to the fact that this year could be different if they are third in the league in defense over the course of the regular season. If they come out with all these new additions and look the same defensively as they did last year, maybe even worse if they're not getting the turnovers, then there will be an expectation that they're going to get lit up in the postseason.
Yeah. It kind of leads to I don't want to say it's a tough spot for McDermott, but let me give you 2 scenarios. In one scenario, they have the 3rd-ranked defense in the regular season.
Okay.
And then they go out in the playoffs because they can't make stops. In the second scenario, they have the 14th-ranked defense in the regular season. And then they go out because they can't make stops. Which is actually worse for McDermott? The one where they're third. It's
a worse look. Yeah, it's a worse look.
Is it not? If they're just average and then lose because Lamar lights them up because the Ravens' offense is a wagon, then it's, I don't have the players. My coach had this level of defense. Maybe he didn't elevate them in the playoffs, but they had their flaws. They couldn't, fill in the blank here. They couldn't get to the passer. They couldn't stop the run.
Yeah.
Cole Bishop didn't work out. Like if whatever it is that keeps them from being a top defense, flip that around to they were great all regular season. McDermott showed us in the regular season he can get the job done. Then it got to when the lights were bright and it fell apart. I just feel like even though the ending is the same, the story that's written on the way to that ending will definitely affect how his job is viewed when it does end. Of course, they could win the Super Bowl. Like, I always want to say that because they're probably pretty good.
Yeah.
But to me, what the regular season will do, you're asking, will it leave fans open to they can win it? Sure. What the regular season will do will create the expectation in the playoffs. Let's say they're 20th defensively. If they're bad on defense again, you might get to McDermott. You might get to Bean. You might ask,
Right.
Why can't you put something together anymore?
Yeah, what do those games look like?
Right.
Does that become a bunch of games that look like the Bills-Lions game or the Bills-Rams game?
Just shootouts.
From last year?
I certainly don't expect. There's a reason you and I made a bet. McDermott will never have a bottom 10 defense because I think the guy can coach defense and build defenses, and they have put them in position to win an awful lot of games over the years. I know Allen bails them out whenever he needs them to, but there are a lot of games where this defense played pretty darn well under Sean McDermott. Part of changing the culture is years over years of consistent, very good defensive play. Mm-hmm. We had the stat for, over 7 years? Then they give up 40 fewer passing touchdowns than the next closest team.
Oh, yeah.
Like, that is an excellent resume for McDermott defensively. And we're kind of on a little bit of a reset here where, all right, next version of this. And the draft is about rebuilding it. The draft is about supplementing it. But the draft also will create, you've got a first, a second, a third, a fourth. You got all these picks. You got all these free agents. Your GM just went out and attacked it for you and flat out said, by the way, openly multiple times, it was the defense, it was the defense, it was the defense. So there are going to be expectations on him, and it's just kind of funny to think about for me that the regular season will determine what we want to see from McDermott in the playoffs or what we feel like he will have to perform with.
Right. But none of this gets him fired.
I don't think so.
And that was kind of my answer, is like, I just don't think there is anything short of someday the quarterback saying I've had enough to where this would happen. I'm pretty confident of that. I hate to ask this question for like the third year in a row, but does another Kansas City loss even do it? Because it's the same team over and over, and that could cause an extra layer of frustration and annoyance? Because I don't. I think they could lose to Kansas City the next 3 years, and I'm not sure he'd be fired.
I don't mean this to be snarky in any way, but the owner of the hockey team has a GM entering his 6th consecutive offseason with no playoff appearances. And if what am I going to do with the head coach of the football team that keeps getting me to the AFC Championship game? The owner seems to believe in process, larger samples, give time. Right. Is the plan working? And in the hockey side, the plans have not been working, and there's not often great change. Right. And on the football side, the plan consistently works. So I would be shocked to see a big change for the Bills at the top if they went just as far and lose again. I mean, we would all lose our minds, and I feel like they would lose their minds again and be furious and be upset and wonder why it keeps happening. But
I'm telling you, it would take Josh losing his mind. It would take Josh being, he's not like this yet. I wonder if he ever will, because Brady turned into more of this at the end, and Rodgers turned into more of this into his 30s.
Brady was never going to push out Belichick. He lost that battle.
No, he just left.
He left.
He just left.
Let me give you one more scenario there. As you're saying, like Josh losing his mind. The only other thing it could be, and it's if McDermott and Bean are in fact splittable. Could that pair be split? And I tend to think that one thing people make a mistake on is viewing them as a package deal. But the other part of it is this. In a scenario where, you're a head coach and a GM that are butting heads or at odds, or you feel like you're both hitting your head on the ceiling, and I'm not trying to paint a picture like they're blaming each other. You asked me, this is a question from a Charlotte radio station about McDermott that we've got on this conversation.
Right,
but
yeah.
Let's say that the two of them want to work without the other one. Somebody wants to work without the other. I need a new head coach. I'm the GM. I need a better coach. The coach, I need a better GM who's going to give me things that I want instead of, not that we don't even exactly know all the inner workings. But all I'm trying to get to is neither of them will leave Josh.
No.
No one, you don't get a scenario where the GM says, you know what, I'm just going to take a different job here because I think it's not.
Remember when Tomlin got asked a couple years ago whether he was leaving for the USC job? Like, McDermott's not getting that question. Nobody would expect that.
Nobody that has their head on straight is ever leaving Josh Allen, which leads to the only way something changes at the top is, I think, if there is a split. Mm-hmm. I don't think Pagula would ever consider doing both. Things are going great. If they were to lose and there was ever going to be a split, it's someone's kicked out, because the other person got to stay, and they both will want to stay with Josh. Because if you're a GM, Josh is a cheat code. And if you're a coach, Josh is a cheat code. It is not a team that is banging its head on the ceiling and you think, the quarterback might just be okay. If Chris Greer wanted to leave Miami because he has another job opportunity, like, Tua's good, but I could go somewhere and get something else.
Sure.
You would never think that as a coach or the GM of this team.
No, never.
You would never think, you know what? Grass is greener over there. It's not.
No. Josh allows you here to kind of misstep at your own job and get away with it.
Oh, yeah.
And if you misstep in similar ways on other teams, it is like the thing. It's highlighted. It is like you see it. Whereas Josh can cover it up.
803-0550. 20 days to camp. Jeremy and Joe, give us a ring. Happy Thursday. It's beautiful again. Really an incredible run of weather here. 4th of July tomorrow. Have a happy and safe holiday. Of course, extended weekend. Sal's gone for a while, huh?
Sal is going to Italy next week.
Italy.
He's going to Italy. In the middle of July, by the way.
It's probably lovely.
It's lovely. It's going to be, I bet it's going to be hot, though. I went to Europe 2 years ago for our honeymoon in Greece and Venice that would have been July, or the late June, and it was amazing and beautiful and incredible, and I hope to go back soon. It was
hot.
Holy cow. Yeah. The hot, Santorini, Greece was the hottest I've ever been in my life. Just dripping. It was so warm.
803-0550, our phone number. When we get back, perhaps one of the craziest trades ever is being worked on in the NBA. We'll get to that next. I've also come to realize that I am the victim of a game here on this show that people are trying to not tell me. It's how long will I leave my sunglasses on top of my hat during the show? You guys are playing this, aren't you? Yeah, I caught it. I caught it. Like maybe 15 minutes today.
We let you go today.
Yeah.
Let you go
I
on
get
your
it.
own.
It's fine. I get out of the car, put the sunglasses on top of my hat. We start the show. I log into the YouTube channel just to take a look, make sure I don't have food on my face, and there they are. Sunglasses on top of the hat, indoors. Fine.
Still, the part is that they are on your head at all because it's so early in the morning.
True.
What are we using the sunglasses for?
It's a great
already?
question. I don't even know how they get there. I think I put them there.
They're there somehow.
I think I put them there so I don't.
I almost feel like
them.
it's a bit like you're doing the bit. Like they look like it's a fashion thing.
Yeah.
Or something. I don't know.
I don't know.
You're covering what's on your hat, though, if you wear sunglasses.
You know what?
On the hat.
You know what it actually is. I think it's the same as you having a pair of truck or car sunglasses. You said you have a pair in your car.
I have a pair in my car at all times.
That's what these are for me. Except instead of keeping them in my car, they're on top of my hat.
They're on top of your hat at all times.
That's just the little compartment that is mentally in my car.
Maybe the next tech innovation in hats is getting like a sunglasses space, like indent almost in your hat, so that they just fit right in there.
Perfect. And for you.
It would be like if it's a white hat, they'd be white sunglasses. They blend right into the hat.
I love it. For you, though, it would be upside down, right?
Absolutely.
Flipped sunglasses upside down.
Obviously.
I'm not sitting here saying I prefer futures at all. And I know Kevin Adams certainly should not. But we should probably have an adult conversation about the Sabres where the likelihood is the best deal might involve futures. And, of course, they can get what they did before. Tim Murray got a boatload of picks and then immediately traded them, many think, too soon for immediate players. The possibility always exists to trade your pieces, your future pieces, for players. The 9th overall pick probably could have been moved for a player. They didn't want to do it. Okay, that's fine. They've had how many first-round picks? They finally parted ways with Savoy. Finally. Mm-hmm. After his, D3 development season?
No, his
D2.
His was quicker than that.
Okay, D2? They drafted him. He's in.
He might have even been after 1. He played for 2 years. 2 years. So they drafted him in 2022, and they traded him in the summer of 24.
Right, so 2 full years in juniors.
Yeah.
Post-draft.
Yep.
And by the way, if you're still in juniors 2 years post-draft, I think that might be a little bit of an indicator. You're not an elite player. You can still be very good, but you might not be elite.
I mean, he would have been in the AHL if he was allowed to.
True.
Remember, he couldn't play there.
Zach Benson made this team.
That's also true.
Savoy did not.
Right.
I mean, we can talk about that. Whatever. I'm like I said, a stream of consciousness. But the point is, the larger point is, you don't want to take futures. It's your fault that you might have to. Does he feel like they have to? Because if futures is the best deal. Is the best deal futures, or is the best deal Bo Byram's on my roster and playing for me for the next for one more year? And then what?
And then you try to trade him again
at the deadline?
Because at the deadline or in the offseason, you might think that you're going to get the same thing you get next summer.
You might. But we're right back where you always are, which is you might need to be the team that packages 3 players together to get one piece. All right, a lot of trades, NHL, NBA. I teased this going to the break, Joe, and I figured you'd like this. Maybe you can help explain how these trades might work as the NBA gets nutty on trades.
Uh-huh.
But from Underdog NBA, and according to Fred Katz, who is a senior NBA writer for The Athletic, the Rockets and Suns are working on expanding the Kevin Durant trade.
Okay.
Because is that deal not done yet?
I had never seen it officially announced by either side.
So the Rockets and Suns are working on expanding the Kevin Durant trade into a deal that would include 7 teams.
That's unbelievable.
So it's the Rockets and the Suns and the Hawks, Nets, Warriors, Lakers, and Wolves.
Okay. A 7-team trade. Wait, 7 other teams? No, they would
record 7 teams.
Okay, so including them. Okay, right,
yeah.
7.
Rockets, Suns, Hawks, Nets, Warriors, Lakers, Wolves. If you're another team, do you just call up and say, "Yo, hey, want to make it 8?
Yeah,
just throw me in there. I got a pick."
And eventually, just everybody in the league eventually just gets involved in some way, shape, or
on
form.
a Zoom call with 6 teams, and the Nets GM's like, "Hang on a second, I'm gonna call the T-Wolves. I got to get them in on this to bridge this gap."
Yeah,
a 7-team trade.
This is where
I need this to happen.
See, you like this? This is where I feel like the NBA they overcomplicate their rules so like to try to prevent super teams. Just they go way too far with it. Like matching salaries, right, and bird rights, and just like there's the first apron, second apron. There's all this crazy whatever. Eligibility for different contracts, and I don't know. It is very hard to keep track of and to know like what the rules actually are. Like, why do they need 7? Probably just to like match up salaries or something. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe LeBron's going to be in the deal or something. You want LeBron to the Warriors, right? Aren't they both involved in this?
I do want LeBron to the Warriors.
And the Lakers and the Warriors are 2 of the teams mentioned as being a part of this 7-team trade.
If the Durant trade includes LeBron to the Warriors, then it becomes the LeBron trade, right?
I don't know. Yes. It would be the LeBron Durant trade, even though they're not being traded for each other.
What is the in the clubhouse leader for the most blockbuster trade of all time in all sports? What is the biggest?
Gretzky.
That's Gretzky for cash?
Yeah.
I mean, name for name, biggest blockbuster we've ever seen where, I don't know, somebody on the podcast should do one of these. Like, I ran all the numbers, and the most famous people involved in a trade. Biggest name where you're shocked either one of them could be moved. Like a LeBron, we're mentioning Durant in a trade. If LeBron and Durant are in the same trade, that's the biggest of all time. It's got to be. What's the leader in the clubhouse? I don't have this answer. I'm trying to think of it.
That involves two players.
Yes. Not just the biggest player moved for a bunch of stuff.
That would be bigger than it's more name power than the Luka trade.
Sure. I mean,
Luka for Anthony Davis.
For Anthony Davis is pretty big.
But like in terms of, they're younger, but name power, LeBron over Luka and Durant over Anthony Davis.
Yes.
For sure. I don't know. What is the leader in the clubhouse?
And I don't want Brett Favre nobody knew who he was.
You don't want that. You don't want Babe Ruth being sold for cash to the Red Sox or to the Yankees.
Cash is not a star. I mean, cash is pretty
And you
great.
also don't want like Elway for the first overall, like the draft. You don't want a draft trade.
No. I want the biggest names ever included in the same draft, in the same trade on each side. Where it's, I can't even think of who it would be.
Is there a hockey trade that would work for this?
There definitely are going to be some.
I can't think of one though. That's like on both sides. You're getting like a superstar,
right? Like the Lindros trade is huge for the volume going back the other way, but that's a draft pick. All right, think about this for a minute. Give us a call 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550, and a fun little Bills note. Benjamin Solak's got a peak off-season list kind of thing, but it's cool, and it's got 2 current Bills on it. I'll tell you about that. 2 current Bills that are on it, and one that is not. Suspiciously. And that's coming up on WGR. I've also come to realize that I am the victim of a game here on this show that people are trying to not tell me. It's how long will I leave my sunglasses on top of my hat during the show? You guys are playing this, aren't you? Yeah, I caught it. I caught it. Like maybe 15 minutes today.
We let you go today.
Yeah.
Let you go on
I get
your
it.
own.
It's fine. I get out of the car, put the sunglasses on top of my hat. We start the show. I log into the YouTube channel just to take a look, make sure I don't have food on my face, and there they are. Sunglasses on top of the hat, indoors. Fine.
Still the part is that they are on your head at all because it's so early in the morning.
True.
What are we using the sunglasses for?
It's a great question. I don't even know how they get there. I think I put them there.
They're there somehow.
I think I put them there so I don't.
I almost feel like
them.
it's a bit like you're doing the bit. Like they look like it's a fashion thing.
Yeah.
Or something. I don't know.
I don't know.
You're covering what's on your hat though if you wear sunglasses.
You know what?
On the hat.
You know what it actually is. I think it's the same as you having a pair of truck or car sunglasses. You said you have a pair in your car.
I have a pair in my car at all times.
That's what these are for me. Except instead of keeping them in my car, they're on top of my hat.
They're on top of your hat at all times.
That's just the little compartment that is mentally in my car.
Maybe the next tech innovation in hats is getting like a sunglasses space, like indent almost in your hat, so that they just fit right in there.
Perfect. And for you,
it would be like if it's a white hat, they'd be white sunglasses. They blend right into the hat.
I love it. For you, though, it would be upside down, right?
Absolutely,
flipped
of course.
Flipped sunglasses upside down.
Obviously.
There's reporting that Marco Rossi, they want to move him from Minnesota.
And that they don't want to pay him, yeah.
They're going to move him because they don't want to pay him.
That might be one where I wonder if they end up doing that because that's the best they can get. The report was they didn't want Rossi in a Peterka trade because they didn't want another undersized forward, right?
Mm-hmm.
But what about a month later if you're trying to do this Byram for a top 6 forward move and there's no other idea available to you? So it's not, well, we want a big top six forward. We want a good, veteran top six forward. Well, maybe that's not out there for you. And if you search and search and search, maybe it's more there's a realization of we're not getting that guy.
Yeah.
So, all right, we would have liked to do better than him a month ago, but now I'm looking around and I could take a first round pick over here. I could take a prospect over there. Or I've got this guy who is smaller than what I like, but he put up 60 points last year as a 22-year-old. How much better can I really do than that? And there's a thing with him in being, not taking well to being benched in the playoffs, and how Minnesota didn't trust him in the playoffs, and that's a reason not to acquire him, which I just kind of roll my eyes at. I'll worry about him in the playoffs when I get to the freaking playoffs. I look at him and that's a guy that his team wants to trade him, and I don't see any other top six forward that's available anywhere else in the league.
Yeah.
Give me a name. He's got no trade protection either. Give me a name that's better than that one, that makes more sense than that one. Sabres GM Kevin Adams, speaking with the media yesterday, says that the team will match any offer sheet that comes through for Bo Byram. There have been reports that there could be one at some point from another team. Chris Johnson reports from Sportsnet that there's a stalemate with the Byram trade because there are futures deals on the table, and Adams doesn't want to do that. And Johnson mentioned that the Flames are a team that have shown a lot of interest in Bo Byram. Wimbledon continues into this morning. Novak Djokovic has a match in a couple of minutes. It'll be one of the marquee ones for this morning. Carlos Alcaraz won his second-round match in straight sets yesterday. Pittsburgh Post-Gazette reports TJ Watt wants to be the highest-paid non-quarterback in the NFL. He wants more than Myles Garrett's $40 million per year. And the Blue Jays beat the Yankees last night 11-9. That puts them into a tie for first place in the AL East. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
I think Baltimore still has a chance. The thing that I struggle with in Buffalo is when everything's scripted, that team seems to be okay. But when it comes down to a fourth quarter where they have to make either an important play or an important decision by the coach, they always seem to dribble down their leg. So to me, Buffalo will always just hit that proverbial ceiling, and they can be the Charles Barkley to the Michael Jordan, unfortunately for Josh Allen.
Shots fired from former Bills GM Doug Whaley on the state of the Bills. Charles Barkley to Michael Jordan. He's saying the coach? He's saying the coach? He's got to be. Decisions?
Yeah, I think
he's saying the coach. He's talking about the coach. And he says, unfortunate for Josh Allen. Like, he's saying the coach.
It has to be.
So there's Doug Whaley on the Bills.
They worked together for 3 months?
Yep.
4 months? They're in the draft room together in 2017 when they don't pick Mahomes and trade down.
That's right. Anyway, if you want that, it's right there. Ask the question, go to the break. What is the leader in the clubhouse for the biggest, most blockbuster trade in sports history?
Which we got on because Kevin Durant is involved in a 7-team trade.
Yes.
Like the Warriors and whoever. By the way, real quick before we get back to that, did you see Durant's tweet yesterday? That made me laugh.
I did not.
Durant, everyone knows enough about Durant, maybe you don't, that he's like an epic Twitter guy, like fights with everybody, like he's always getting into stuff. And somebody is like, what's your deal, dude? Like, why do you get to like fight people on Twitter all the time? And he tweeted back at the person, "Shut up, I'll troll on Twitter till the day I expire. Don't let me distract you, dweeb." And that's gone far.
Wow.
He is going off on people in the last 24 hours because his trade's not completed yet. But anyways, you asked that. I think there are going to be definitely bigger trades, obviously, nationally. Isn't the score to beat in Buffalo Turgeon for LaFontaine? Pierre Turgeon for Pat LaFontaine is a number 1 overall pick.
Yeah.
Who had put wasn't there, so I don't know like what the reaction was to that, but Turgeon put up 1 million points and you traded him for another team's like superstar.
Yeah, it
feels like that's insane.
It's pretty good.
That'd be like trading Darlene right now for Quinn Hughes.
Yeah, with LaFontaine,
I think
LaFontaine had a 100-point season, 3 seasons other than that, over 80 points 4 times.
Turgeon had a 100-point season for the Sabres.
So that's a good answer.
But nationally,
the biggest trade ever does not mean Gretzky and a one-sided, one team got a big star. I'm talking about 2 guys cross paths on airplanes. Like, wow, look at this trade.
Mm-hmm.
Got a couple of answers here. We got a couple calls on this and a couple texts to get to as well. And I owe you this Benjamin Solak project about the best selection at every single draft pick.
Might make Bills fans. Well, never. We'll get to it. They might have a reaction to it.
Couple quick tweets, and then we'll get a call on this about the blockbuster trades. Joe Marino, the Lockdown Bills podcast, chimes in with Champ Bailey for Clinton Portis. That's a good one.
It's a really good one.
The Washington and Denver trade. That's not bad. Definitely a worthy mention.
Yep.
Diggs for Jefferson does not apply. That's Diggs for a first. That is not superstars crossing paths. LaFontaine, Turgeon. Eli for Rivers. Yeah, that's big.
But Rivers isn't drafted yet, right? Or is he?
They're both drafted that day.
Okay, so they already were picked, though.
They were picked. It's a big trade. Of course, it's a blockbuster, but not the same.
That's pretty good. I kind of like the Bailey Portis one.
Yeah.
Those, unless was one of them down at the time? Were they not both like elite at their position?
They were both pretty darn good.
Okay.
Yeah. Here's one I like a lot, and we'll get some calls. Goff for Stafford.
Good one.
That's a pretty good one.
Good one.
Goff had been to a Super Bowl with the Rams. Stafford had done not anything close to that with the Lions, despite being
better.
Probably better.
And putting up, his career at that point was, this dude is awesome. He just plays for the Lions.
Yeah, and they can't do anything around him. He's a former number 1 overall pick. Goff for Stafford is a good one here. I like that.
Goff was a little bit down at that point, right? People thought he was a cap dump when he's in that trade.
That's right. He goes to, he went to the Super Bowl, and then Belichick completely masterclassed him. And the Rams we can't win with this guy.
Yeah.
And then he goes on and has a pretty nice career after that.
By the way, I asked, was Portis maybe down or something? Like, was there a reason they got traded? The year before Clinton Portis got traded, he put up 1,591 yards, 14 touchdowns on the ground.
He was awesome.
So he was amazing.
He was fun to watch. He was awesome.
Yeah. I think I kind of missed out on him, I think. He's kind of done by the time... 2008, he puts up 1,500 yards, so maybe right at the end. I'm still seeing him at his peak. But, I don't remember him in Denver.
That's back where running backs putting up 1,500 was kind of normal. More guys used to do it.
And isn't he... he's one of these guys that goes beyond... he goes back to... Isn't he insane at Miami?
Yes.
Maybe I'm thinking about those Miami teams, really, is the thing that I... that group of Miami players. Ed Reed, Ray Lewis, they're nearing the end, I feel like, when I'm starting to finally get into all of those guys.
Yeah. Ron in Alden is up. Hey, Ron, good morning.
Good morning. I got two for you, one for the Sabres and one for a big major one. I think Herschel Walker for Jesse Solomon and Isaac Cole might be one of the big ones because there were names at the time, big names. That was obviously all those draft picks were included also. But the number one Sabre trade of all time has to go back to the Danny Gare trade for Mike Polino. Let's see, Danny Gare, Jim Schonfeld, and Derek Smith for Dale McCourt, Mike Polino, Brent Peterson, and someone else I'm missing. But that's probably the biggest trade because both those are Danny Gare was a 50-goal scorer back-to-back. And then he got traded the following year.
Yeah.
And then Dale McCourt was the major player to come back now, and Mike Leo became really good. So those are just my thoughts. Thanks.
Thanks, Ron. Yeah, I don't know that, the Herschel Walker trade is a very famous big trade. I don't know those names you're mentioning, Isaac Holton, Jesse Solomon, to be guys in the league. And maybe they were. You know how many pieces were in the Herschel Walker trade? People know it to be a big trade.
I just knew there were a lot of stuff, a lot of picks, right?
Throw a number out there. How many pieces were in the Herschel Walker trade?
8.
18.
18?
18 pieces
on
in this
both
trade.
sides combined,
Yes.
I'm sure. Yeah.
Yes. And I also learned today that the Chargers were involved in that trade. I did not know that.
To what degree?
They got a running back out of it.
Okay. Ooh. That just made me think of, for this, three-way trade where who gets who? Eric Dickerson goes somewhere, Cornelius Bennett comes to the Bills, and maybe there's another player involved.
Greg Bell.
Greg Bell.
Yeah.
So Dickerson is definitely, by name stature, well above the others, but those were big name players. I think Bennett even was a little bit before he got to the Bills, right?
Yeah.
He mentions that we're going way back into Sabre history. How about the Sabres making trades like this back in the day, not being afraid to make it? They traded. Gare was a 50-goal scorer. Schonfeld was the captain and one of their top defensemen, and then Derek Smith, who had put up 65 points the year before. They traded all three of them in the same deal. Again, for a modern comparison, is that trading Dahlin, Tage, and another Benson, all in the same deal?
Yeah.
And they got a lot back. I think
18 pieces in that Walker trade.
18 pieces.
Yeah. Including the Cowboys' 10th overall pick, which I did not realize that was something in that deal. Whatever.
And they got that one, though, that doesn't work for this because there's only the one big name. You can't throw Troy Aikman and the pick, what the picks become after the fact, into the deal. You didn't know what that was going to be at the time.
Right. That's a
Michael Irvin maybe
a
is in
monster
that trade.
but the most name power involved in a single trade.
Right. That one doesn't work for me because it's only one. It's Herschel Walker. It's a huge trade, but that's not the most star power that I can get my hands on.
Rich in Naples. Hey, Rich, good morning.
Good morning, guys. So
Morning.
You got me on the Bennett one. I actually went to the first game after the trade, after they traded for Bennett, and it was one series, and they started double teaming him. It was hilarious because it was great to watch. Mm-hmm. Anyways, real quick, I know the rumor is now, Calgary's involved with this. Anybody want to speculate and see what we're actually after there? Is there somebody we're after? And who would that be? And if we're going to speculate, let's figure out what that trade could be and help them out.
I've seen,
who would it be?
Thanks, Rich. I've seen, all right, Bo Byram and Calgary. What I've seen is, and this is generally how trades go. If you're on the internet, if you're on Twitter and following people talking trades, how eager is a fan base to get rid of the player versus no, you can't have that player? And the more I don't want to trade that guy away, then obviously the better the return. A great example of this law of, we need a name on this, someone that coined this, Murphy's Law. This is so-and-so's law. If the player has been traded 100 times in the offseason by all of the fans, it's not that good of a trade. Epinessa's Law. This is
Epinessa's Law?
AJ Epinesa has been traded 600 times this offseason on the airwaves in this station to get another player. Epinessa's Law.
Epinessa's Law.
So the one name I see the most in Calgary is Connor Zary.
I see that a lot too.
Connor Zary is a 23-year-old center.
He's an RFA.
He's an RFA. He had 27 points last year. I see his name a lot as like, who would the Sabres want back? That's a guy they would want back. After that,
27 points last year.
Yeah,
yikes.
What do you want? I'm just telling you.
No, I know. Yeah.
Just what other names? Is Rasmus Anderson a name here? You're seeing it all?
Now, he's a defenseman that has 1 year left in his contract, and I don't think he has said it. It's been reported he will only sign with Vegas.
Okay. So here's okay, fine.
That's tough.
Here's a great example then of Rasmus Anderson. If Anderson won't sign with the Flames and they want to get rid of him, and they want Byram, and they want to go 1-for-1, is he a good defenseman?
He's a good defenseman.
Okay,
he's a good defenseman.
He's a good idea for the Sabres?
He's a good defenseman. He's a better player than Byram is.
Here's a great little you pick. Kevin Adams doesn't want futures. He wants now. Okay.
Yeah.
Rasmus Anderson for a year. No, that's not long enough of a now. Which is it? I can get an offer sheet and get a first-round pick and a second-round pick and a third-round pick and help my future, or I could turn Byram into what I think would be an upgrade at defense. I would get even better, and I would make the playoffs. If I told you right now they traded Bo Byram for nothing more than the 8th playoff spot, would you take it? And the player that they got back that helped them get over the line is not going to resign. What percentage of Sabres fans would say, deal?
This is a much watered-down version of when we asked how much we would trade for 1 year of McDavid a couple of weeks ago.
Sure.
Yeah.
The Flames say you can have Anderson 1-for-1 because he's not going to resign with us, and the Sabres would know he's not going to resign with us either. We're going to try and make the playoffs. Rasmus Anderson and Connor Zary. There you go. Done? I get one piece I can extend and one piece I'm using for 1 year. You don't want futures? You got to be willing to take a guy for 1 year.
It is. I feel like that's the type of idea I'm at a point where I'm just like, just do it.
Of course you should
Fine.
do it.
Just do it. Like, future be damned. You got prospects. Byram is. I'm really gonna be worried about losing out on. If what's out there for him right now is like some team's 5th best prospect and a late first-round pick, like how much am I really missing out on for the future? Sure, I lose this guy for nothing, but what are the odds that the one season of a better defenseman are actually going to, in the long run, be more value than a whole career of the late first-round pick? You might hear that and think, oh, the whole career of the late first-round pick is going to be more valuable. But I almost want to guarantee you that doesn't happen as often as you think it does. That there would be a lot of instances where the whole career, the totality of that player that you might get at let's say it's 22nd overall, that whole career might not actually give you as much worth as the 1 year of, in this case, which would be he would be your top pair defenseman.
I want to,
with Dahlin.
I want to make I want to have a metaphor here about what the Sabres should do. They need to pay more. Adams yesterday said, how do you change all this? We got to win hockey games. You got to win hockey games. And that is often aligned with getting good players, long-term contracts, signing up, sustained success. That's actually not what they need right now. If they need to win hockey games, that means you need to do whatever you can to win hockey games. Make the playoffs. Start to change anybody's idea of what it's like to be here. Imagine Rasmus Anderson comes here and he's the finishing piece, Luukkonen rebounds, whatever. It just goes well. It doesn't have to be this one player. The idea is,
sure.
The metaphor I'm going for is you are paying an initiation fee at a country club.
Mm-hmm.
You have a one-time payment to get into the club.
Yeah.
You made the playoffs. And now you got to pay your dues every year and continue to get there and continue to get there. But to finally cross that threshold, to be a playoff team, you cannot do it without, probably as the Buffalo Sabres, you cannot do it without saying, we're going to just pay more, do more, whatever it takes to be members of the club. Because right now you are not. And you were never going to get there with all these modest moves, modest trades. Well, that doesn't fit our timeline. Well, I'm not going to do something. I'm not going to take futures. Okay, you can't take futures. Great. If you can't take futures, can you take one season right now, guys? Because you should.
Yeah. You know what it really be like? It's like, as everyone gets ready for their bonfires this weekend, it would be like the kindling to the fire that you can't get started. You keep trying to spark this thing, and you can't. And guess what? Throw a piece of, this is your piece of cardboard on it. Light up the cardboard.
It's going to burn fast.
It's going to burn out in 8 seconds, but you might be left with a fire at the end of it that you can actually add to.
Well, I wasn't able to extend the cardboard, Joe.
Right.
Great. You got something going.
Right.
Jerry and Kenmore. Hey, Jerry, what's up?
I'm going to go really old school here. In the mid-'70s, the Boston Bruins and the New York Rangers made a trade. Phil Esposito, who I still believe is like 6th all-time in goals, and Carol Vadnais to the Rangers for Brad Park and Jean Rattel, who are both Hall of Famers.
Okay. Thanks, Jerry. You know what I'm realizing here is the NHL back in the day was a lot more fun.
Like the NBA?
You had these all the time. Someone else just tweeted in, the Sabres have another one of these. Right after they traded, they did the Turgeon for LaFontaine trade, they traded Dave Andreychuk, Darren Pupa, and a first-round pick for Grant Fuhr, who was, at that point, a 5-time winning Stanley Cup goaltender? Not saying that worked, but how about name power at that point? You traded an amazing scorer off your top line for, was Grant Fuhr like the most famous goaltender in the league at that point? He probably was, wasn't he?
Yeah, up there.
And those deals just happened all the time in the 70s, 80s, and 90s? Someone yelling into the radio right now? It's because they didn't have no trade clauses.
Yeah. That's going to be a part of it. 803-0550. We did talk.
Have we landed on an answer for what we think the score to beat is, by the way? We have a lot of good nominees. What's the best one, though?
I think the best answer for biggest name trade in the clubhouse, it's not the Lindros trade. Sorry, it's not the Lindros trade. Lindros was number one in Forsberg. These guys were not huge established stars at the time. It's not the Lindros trade.
Did we mention this on the air before? The Subban for Shea Weber trade?
That's a good one. Steve Francis for Tracy McGrady.
Ooh, that's pretty good.
Luka and Anthony Davis for sure.
I think
I like Goff for Stafford a lot.
Yeah.
Kiko Alonso for McCoy is a Bills one that's pretty good for names.
That's not bad.
Alfonso Soriano for Alex Rodriguez. Huberto for Kachuk is a really good one.
Was A-Rod traded for
Alfonso Soriano?
Yeah, that was the one you just mentioned, right?
Yeah.
That's pretty good too. A lot of these I feel like are on the same level.
Yeah.
You never get, like, the genesis of this was, what if LeBron was in the Durant trade?
Right.
None of this is that, right? The stars of the league, like the best players in the sport.
Have we mentioned Weber Subban?
We just did a second there.
That's what I thought. That one was interesting, but it never, like, those two guys were elite, but not at that level.
No, you're right. Not on the level of LeBron and Durant are like the two biggest names in the sport. What is that? That's McDavid for Crosby, isn't it?
Yeah.
Maybe not McDavid, but Crosby for Ovechkin.
Mm-hmm.
That's Crosby for Ovechkin in the same trade, isn't it?
That's exactly what that is.
Yeah.
That level. I don't see one of these from our these are all really good players. These are Hall of Famers. These are stars, but none of these are the two biggest names in your sport. Or two of the 4 biggest names. Durant, Curry, I'm not going to nitpick.
Trades involve Hall of Fame players traded for each other. I got a list on that one now.
Okay.
But again, a lot of that's going to be they were not yet Hall of Famers.
Right.
You can't be a Hall of Famer.
Rivers and Eli, if they both make the Hall of Fame, they didn't play the snap yet.
Kobe Bryant for Vlade Divac, at the time, looking back, that's massive. But at the time, it's a trade.
Also, I'm inclined not to count any of those draft day NBA trades because of we know we're trading. I mean, we tell you who they're going to pick, and whoever Dirk Nowitzki puts on a Milwaukee Bucks hat, knowing that he's already on the Mavericks, all that. The NBA draft, all NBA trade stuff is way overcomplicated. Just simplify it.
803-0550, our phone number. Jeremy and Joe on a beautiful Thursday, headed to a weekend, looking for the biggest trade involving both sides had superstars. Another text, the Gretzky trade. Cash is a big star.
It's Cash, and there were players that went back, right? But nobody that was near Gretzky name power that I can remember. Yari Curry goes back to L.A., doesn't he?
It's Gretzky, Marty McSorley, and another guy for Jimmy Carson, Martin Jelena, 3 firsts and $15 million in cash.
Yeah, no offense to those two players, but come on. They're not giving.
I guess the point would be here, it can't be a trade that has 10 pieces because then you know that everybody in that trade is that much short of the other guy.
Right.
Exactly. So it's almost like I want to ask, what's the biggest one-for-one trade in history? That's kind of what this is.
Yeah.
Kind of has to be one-for-one. Because if we have two sides of a trade and one side of the trade includes $15 million and 3 firsts, I feel like that's the side that's getting the
$15 million in 1986 or
and
whatever.
3 first-round picks. That's the team that's getting the better piece.
Yeah.
803-0550. Fun combo, though. You can jump in if you want. Got a couple of callers on hold on this. And does anybody else want to sign up for that rental idea? Come on.
The rental idea. You're only getting 1 year of the guy for Byram.
Yep. 803-0550. If you make your hockey team better for 1 year, would you trade Bo Byram for a playoff berth and nothing else? Yes. Who would say no?
Everybody would say. Everybody would say yes.
I know
to
it's impossible to kind of guarantee that this one move you get is going to get that, but
sure,
you should definitely be looking to go ahead and acquire a player you will not extend. If you think you're a first-class organization, just go ahead and act like one. Have him here. Yep. When he leaves, treat him with class, and that's your next stage if you're the Sabres.
And maybe you'll get lucky and make the playoffs, and the guy will be like, actually, you know what? I will stay here.
Or if you don't make the playoffs and you're out of it, you trade him at the deadline, and then you recoup the cost that way.
Yeah.
803-0550, our number. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. I've also come to realize that I am the victim of a game here on this show that people are trying to not tell me. It's how long will I leave my sunglasses on top of my hat during the show? You guys are playing this, aren't you? Yeah, I caught it. I caught it. Like maybe 15 minutes today.
We let you go today.
Yeah.
Let you go
I
on
get
your
it.
own.
It's fine.
Mm-hmm.
I get out of the car, put the sunglasses on top of my hat. We start the show. I log into the YouTube channel just to take a look, make sure I don't have food on my face, and there they are. Sunglasses on top of the hat, indoors. Fine.
Still the part is that they are on your head at all because it's so early in the morning.
True.
What are we using the sunglasses for?
It's a great question. I don't even know how they get there. I think I put them there.
They're there somehow.
I think I put them there so I don't.
I almost feel like
them.
it's a bit like you're doing the bit. Like they look like it's a fashion thing.
Yeah.
Or something. I don't know.
I don't know.
You're covering what's on your hat, though, if you wear sunglasses.
You know what?
On the hat.
You know what it actually is. I think it's the same as you having a pair of truck or car sunglasses. You said you have a pair in your car.
I have a pair in my car at all times.
That's what these are for me. Except instead of keeping them in my car, they're on top of my hat.
They're on top of your hat at all times.
That's just the little compartment that is mentally in my car.
Maybe the next tech innovation in hats is getting like a sunglasses space, like indent almost in your hat, so that they just fit right in there.
Perfect. And for you.
It would be like if it's a white hat, they'd be white sunglasses. They blend right into the hat.
I love it. For you, though, it would be upside down, right?
Absolutely.
Flip sunglasses upside down.
Obviously.
I was reporting that Marco Rossi, they want to move him from Minnesota.
And that they don't want to pay him, yeah.
They're going to move him because they don't want to pay him.
That might be one where I wonder if they end up doing that because that's the best they can get. The report was they didn't want Rossi in a Peterka trade because they didn't want another undersized forward, right?
Mm-hmm.
But what about a month later if you're trying to do this Byram for a top 6 forward move and there's no other idea available to you? So it's not, well, we want a big top 6 forward. We want a good, veteran top 6 forward. Well, maybe that's not out there for you. And if you search and search and search, maybe it's more there's a realization of we're not getting that guy.
Yeah.
So, all right, we would have liked to do better than him a month ago, but now I'm looking around and I could take a first round pick over here, I could take a prospect over there. Or I've got this guy who is smaller than what I like, but He put up 60 points last year as a 22-year-old. Like, how much better can I really do than that? And there's a thing with him in being, not taking well to being benched in the playoffs, and how Minnesota didn't trust him in the playoffs, and like that's a reason not to acquire him, which I just kind of like roll my eyes at. Like, I'll worry about him in the playoffs when I get to the freaking playoffs. I look at him and like, that's a guy that his team wants to trade him, and I don't see any other top 6 forward that's available anywhere else in the league.
Yeah.
Give me a name. He's got no trade protection either. Give me a name that's better than that one, that makes more sense than that one. Sabres general manager Kevin Adams meeting with the media yesterday. Talked about Bo Byram, who is still on the roster without a contract, no trade. And Adams said that if he were to be offer sheeted, the Sabres would match it no matter what. Chris Johnston from Sportsnet says that there are futures deals on the table for Byram right now, which is part of the reason why there's no deal. He also mentioned that the Calgary Flames are a team that are looking at Byram. Wimbledon continues into this morning. Novak Djokovic has a match going on right now. Carlos Alcaraz won his second-round match in straight sets. We're into round 2 on the men's side. Blue Jays beat the Yankees last night 11-9 in a wild game. They are now tied with the Yankees for first place in the AL East. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Time to announce the winner of the Friday foursome. It's Thursday, but we won't be here tomorrow. We're off. We still have to announce winners. We still have to give out prizes. Our Friday foursome winner, congratulations to Stephen W. from West Seneca for winning this week's Encore Golf Friday foursome. You've scored an 18-hole round of golf at Seneca Hickory Stick Golf Course, a $25 Encore Golf gift card, and a dozen Encore Golf balls. You can still enter the Encore Golf Friday foursome contest at WGR550.com. Go to WGR550.com to enter to get your chance to win.
Is this still Steely Dan?
No.
This is not Steely Dan.
This is Kenny Loggins. Yeah.
That's very different, right? That's Danger Zone guy.
Danger Zone, Footloose.
Yeah, it's
okay.
Kenny Loggins. What's the name of that song? I'm All Right?
I'm All Right, yeah.
It's the Caddyshack song. Everybody knows it's the Caddyshack song.
Only seen Caddyshack on a plane to Dublin, and I think I fell asleep at the end. So I think I can say I've watched it.
I'm ready to give you a take on Caddyshack.
On Caddyshack?
Yeah. Caddyshack is more really about a series of moments and bits than it is an actual full story.
Wait a minute.
It's almost like
a series of moments and bits. Isn't that what a comedy movie is?
Yeah, that's right. But
I guess like what's the plot of Caddyshack? The plot is that Bill Murray's trying to
That's not even
kill a gopher.
That's like a side plot. That's a side quest.
That's a side plot.
It's a side quest. Chevy Chase is in it. He's main character. Roddy it's a series of side quests. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm saying, you don't watch Caddyshack for the story.
If
you
I were
watch
to,
it for the scenes.
The plot of Caddyshack tells the story of a caddy vying for a caddy scholarship who becomes involved in a feud on the links between one of the country club's founders and a nouveau rich guest.
Yeah, that's Rodney Dangerfield, and the other founder is Judge Schmales.
Right. So it's about a caddy trying to get a scholarship.
Right.
You're right. That's not much of a plot.
That's fine.
Subplot involves a greenskeeper who uses extreme methods against an elusive gopher.
Yes. I want to say that the movie, that one way to say it is Caddyshack is way more about the subplots than the plot. That's the way to say it.
Okay.
I didn't come in today thinking I was going to give you a take on Caddyshack. Here we are.
Yeah.
803-0550. Talking big trades. Kind of honed it down to the biggest ever one-for-one trade. That's really the way to do this.
Yeah. That, by the way, that Bennett trade I mentioned with Dickerson and then Greg Bell, Bennett had never played. Not yet. He had been drafted second overall, though.
Yeah, it's pretty big.
So he was the name power should have been there by then, at least with the draft pick, before he's dealt. So that one was pretty good, too.
On Byram, we talked about it a little bit here, and I'm just we had a caller ask why Calgary, and Rasmus Anderson's a name I've seen mentioned. The thing I'm kind of
he's from Western Canada too, so the player would want to be there.
He says he wants to go sign in Vegas. Well,
and
great. He's got 1 year left on his deal, much like Byram has a year,
right.
And does. I don't know, maybe he won't extend here, or maybe he would in the right scenario.
Right, what Calgary might see value in, because whenever we talked about the Pettersson idea and Byram was in that, it was always a little weird because Byram wants a role. He wants a power play role. He wants to be a top defenseman. Vancouver has Quinn Hughes. A lot of teams have guys, right? If he goes to Calgary doesn't really have a franchise cornerstone defenseman. I think Mackenzie Weegar is awesome, but there would be a role there. There would be more of an opening there for him to put up monster points.
But to me, the crux of the point we just kind of got to was trade Byram and something for a player that won't resign. Do not be afraid of a player that won't resign, because you have to get in. And it's off-season number 6 if you're Kevin Adams. You don't want futures? That's great. A lot of people don't want futures. Mm-hmm. I'm not going to sit here and worry about if the return on Byram is going to last for 4 years on my third line. What I needed to do is get them to the playoffs. Either Byram's on the team and you make the playoffs somehow, or the trade, you feel like you won the trade, but Calgary has an extension in place. They get this player for a long time. You get a guy, maybe it's Rasmus Anderson and another player, and Anderson's going to be gone in a year, and we know that, but we don't care. It really is Kawhi Leonard. You need the Kawhi trade, but you're not trying to win the title. You're just trying to actually have a competitive team. So I wonder if the Sabres would be open to that, or gun-shy about, well, we don't want another guy to leave again.
Well, once that is, they're afraid of that. They act afraid of that, right? They
put it this way. In this case, knowing a guy doesn't want to extend when he gets here, that's not about you. It doesn't have to be about you.
Right, that's right.
With Anderson, the story is he only wants to sign in Vegas. Okay,
and everybody already knows that.
Everybody knows that.
Yeah.
Okay, it's not about us. He doesn't want to sign for anybody. Great. Then it doesn't even make us look bad. As opposed to you trade for a guy like Byram, and in a year and a half, you're talking about how, well, he might want to be somewhere else.
And
you even experience this drafting kids. You can draft a guy and he wants to go somewhere else.
And when is the last time they've made a trade like this? Guy's got 1 year before he can walk. That isn't like you trade for Dylan Zubris at the deadline.
No.
Where you got 2 months and he's a rental.
We were going back in.
No, they did. They've done it once.
Zucker wasn't a trade. It was free agency. Who was it?
Skinner.
And he signed
Skinner
for 9 years.
That's right. They traded for Skinner.
8 years.
They didn't know if he was going to stay right up to the end of the season, which is maybe part of the reason why they didn't have to give up much to get him. But he did, right? He stayed.
You traded for him. He scored 40 goals.
And really, that didn't go that poorly. There were 2 really bad years in the middle, and it was just because of the coach.
And the coach is a big part of that. Skinner, right. He extended. You paid him a lot to extend, but
even imagine he hadn't extended, say he left, Skinner left, he got $9 million elsewhere.
You wouldn't care.
What's more valuable? Cliff Poo, a second, a third, and a sixth, or 140-goal season from a player to try to make the playoffs? Now, they didn't make the playoffs.
No, that's right.
But give me the 40-goal season. What gives me a better there's more value to me in that than compile the odds of those 3 picks, and I think I'd take the 40-goal season every time.
And we were talking ancient history when the Sabres signed Ehrhoff. Think about that. They traded for his rights.
Yeah.
You don't know that guy's going to sign. They traded a third for Jimmy Vesey's rights. when everybody had been told Jimmy Vesey's not going to sign with anybody.
Right.
They traded a third for his rights.
They did it anyway.
And they didn't sign him.
Right.
He never played a game.
Well, he did eventually.
He came back.
Like years later.
Yes, but you traded a third-round pick for the chance to sign a guy, and it never happened. I got another NBA note on this. Matt writes in, it's not the same, and it's difficult to compare sports, but the Cavs took a swing on Donovan Mitchell.
Yes, they did.
They didn't know how it's going to go.
Yep.
They didn't know if he was going to re-sign in a couple of years. They gave up promising assets to do it. He did end up staying.
He did. You know why that happened? Because they won.
Yeah.
They got good. When they trade for him, I'll pull up their seasons, but if I remember right, they were not in good shape. Like that is post LeBron, and they had, when they acquire him, they had lost in the first round the year before and had missed the playoffs the previous 4 seasons. So 4 missed playoff seasons and then lost in the first round. And they trade for him, and since then, they've made the second round in back-to-back years, and he stayed. And the team was amazing in the regular season.
Yeah.
Like, they proved it to him. Like, you come here, and we're going to figure it out. And then he came, unsigned, and they figured it out, and he's like, okay, no, this turned into something pretty good, which would be the equivalent of, Anderson or some other player that you would get for Byram that's 1 year left. They come here, and, oh, look, we made the playoffs. Okay, I'll sign for another 4 years. You got to make it, but even in Skinner's case, Sabres didn't make the playoffs, and he still decided to stay. You can still overpay the guy if you really, really want to try to keep him.
803-0550. One thing on Byram pointed out in the chat, Andrew writes in, it's not that Byram doesn't want to be here. He just wants a bigger role. I can accept that. I'll just, for a brief moment, put on my cynic's hat and be like, that would be a really polite way to say you don't want to be here. It's much more polite.
Yeah.
Are the Sabres offering him? He also might want a bigger role because he thinks he can get a bigger contract.
That's 100%.
And the Sabres are offering $7 million. He thinks I'm an $11 million player.
He has hit his ceiling, I think, on what he can earn as a contract here.
Right. And
the points. I mean, he put up 38 points last year. He was, I think, 14th in the league amongst all defensemen in even strength points. So that's your limit. He's not going to be, what is he going to be, 5th, 3rd in the league in even strength points? Unless you're going to do that.
Yeah.
How many power play points did he have last year?
None.
0 goals, 2 assists. If you want to put up 50, 60 points and earn the money, you cannot do that here unless Dahlin or Power get hurt. Yeah. And then we saw how that looked. It went really poorly.
803-0550. We'll get a call in on the other side. Pick of the week. I also have a post-Peterka question to ask about that trade I'll get to. Leafs guest at 9 o'clock, hanging out on a beautiful Thursday here on WGR. Kevin Adams spoke yesterday.
Yeah. So this is going to drag out, isn't it?
Well, there's a problem. There's a problem. It's a pretty big problem.
Uh-huh.
I've been trying to...
Is the problem a thing that they don't see as a problem that they actually prefer? Which is they now get to hold on to all that cap space because they need to save it in case somebody offer sheets. There's Bo Byram so that when they don't spend it, and in December, Kevin Adams gets a question about, I mean, why do you have $8 million in cap space when the team is this bad? And then the answer is, well, at the time we had to save it because of Bo Byram.
Yeah, they always have an answer for why they're saving money. It was going to be it would save money to extend Peterka. and
Right.
Quinn, and there's a third one in there. No, McLeod, which they did. I'm not sitting here saying I prefer futures at all.
Mm-hmm.
And I know Kevin Adams certainly should not. But we should probably have an adult conversation about the Sabres where the likelihood is the best deal might involve futures. And, of course, they can get what they did before. Tim Murray got a boatload of picks and then immediately traded them, many think, too soon for immediate players. The possibility always exists to trade your pieces, your future pieces, for players. The 9th overall pick probably could have been moved for a player. They didn't want to do it. Okay, that's fine. They've had how many first-round picks? They finally parted ways with Savoy. Finally.
Mm-hmm.
After his, D3 development season?
No, his
D2.
His was quicker than that.
Okay, D2? They drafted him. He's in.
He might have even been after 1. He played for 2 years. 2 years. So they drafted him in 2022, and they traded him in the summer of 24.
Right, so 2 full years in juniors.
Yeah.
Post-draft.
Yep.
And by the way, if you're still in juniors 2 years post-draft, I think that might be a little bit of an indicator. You're not an elite player. You can still be very good, but you might not be elite.
I mean, he would have been in the AHL if he was allowed to.
True.
Remember, he couldn't play there.
Zach Benson made this team.
That's also true.
Savoy did not.
Right.
I mean, we can talk about that. Whatever. I'm like I said, a stream of consciousness. But the point is, the larger point is, you don't want to take futures. It's your fault that you might have to.
Does he feel like they have to? Because if futures is the best deal futures, or is the best deal Bo Byram's on my roster and playing for me for the next for one more year?
And then what?
And then you try to trade him again
at the deadline?
Because at the deadline or in the offseason, you might think that you're going to get the same thing you get next summer.
You might. But we're right back where you always are, which is you might need to be the team that packages 3 players together to get one piece. Who's that? That's someone daring LeBron to go to the Knicks?
Alan Hahn.
Alan Hahn, okay.
Double dog daring.
A double dog dare you to go to the Knicks. I double dog dare Nikolai Ehlers to sign with the Sabres. I mean, LeBron to the Knicks, it could happen. It would be juicy.
I would love him to go to the East. The East is easy. The Knicks and the Cavs are right now like co-favorites. I mean, he's right about that. It would be the easiest path to the NBA Finals. Easily. There's no good players in the East. No top level players, at least.
Yeah, you could
He's just not. He is not leaving LA.
No, because wouldn't he have to get Bronny traded with him? Not being, not snark.
No, I mean,
would he say Bronny's got to come too?
Maybe. Hey, the Knicks need a coach.
They had Mike Brown.
Oh, they just hired him, right?
Yeah,
or just offered him the job. Yeah, it needs Bronny with him, but. All his production company stuff and
Mike Brown, former LeBron coach, who won Coach of the Year when LeBron won MVP in Cleveland. One of those years, Mike Brown.
Years ago. Did you see they had interviewed, or did they actually interview? Did they request interview Dawn Staley?
I did not see that.
They were gonna interview Dawn. I think they did. They interviewed Dawn Staley to be the head coach. They did not go that direction.
She wins a lot.
She does. Yeah.
Time for the pick of the week. It's brought to you by Riverfront Auto Sales. I'm trying to think of a good pick of the week here. We just pointed out like Wimbledon, Tour de France.
Jeremy looked up the John Deere Classic.
The John Deere
reaction at the field is pretty. It's pretty tough field.
Yeah, the John Deere Classic is. I mean, if you want to get your first PGA Tour win, you might have a good look.
I think. You know what? I might check in on the Club World Cup this weekend.
Yeah.
Because now we're at a point where it's the big clubs playing the big clubs. Like Saturday at 12, PSG and Bayern. Saturday at 4, Real Madrid and Dortmund. Like,
okay.
All right. You give me the big European clubs, and they're playing all their guys. And
are they playing all their guys for this?
Maybe not every team is. I know Manchester City was, and maybe like Juventus was. I have no idea if like
City
Bayern
played their guys and they lost to Al Hilal. Like, is City fully cooked?
They are totally cooked. So yeah.
All right, my pick of the week is going to be Silverstone, the F1 race. It's not a bad one. It's a good race.
Okay.
The John Deere Classic.
Did you see?
It's going to be Love Island. Can I hold out any longer and not watch Love Island? Everybody in the world is always talking about Love Island, and I'm not watching it. I'm not above bad reality TV, but
yeah,
I feel like I can't avoid Love Island any longer. Anyway,
it's in your face on Twitter everywhere. Yeah.
Pick of the week brought to you by Riverfront Auto Sales. Cruise into summer in style with a black-on-black 1994 Chevy Corvette convertible. Classic car here. Classic American muscle. Sleek lines. Top-down freedom at an unbeatable price. Don't miss out. It won't last long. The pick of the week is a 94 Chevy Corvette convertible. Get to riverfrontautosales.com. Call 886-1626 or 1379 Niagara Street.
Very quickly on F1. Did you see Max Verstappen and Mercedes are talking?
I have seen that. When you said very quickly on F1, I thought you were going to ask me about the movie, which I'm told is good.
Really?
Racing movies are good. What's a bad racing movie? Cars? Great.
Uh-huh.
Rush? Great. Days of Thunder?
Talladega Nights.
Where's the bad racing movie? They put loud race cars on a track and they go, vroom, 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 and you're happy.
What was the one with Lindsay Lohan and the Punch Bug?
Herbie.
I've
only seen the originals. I never saw the remake. And the original Herbie.
I feel like Herbie was
Herbie.
the tough one.
Herbie the Love Bug is great.
You know, this isn't. There are 2 race movies I've seen in the last year that I had no expectation of,
and they were good.
Gran Turismo was actually awesome, and this was a couple years ago. Ford vs. Ferrari is one of my favorite movies ever.
It's awesome,
and I didn't expect that when I went into it.
That is a great movie. Have you seen Rush?
I've not seen Rush.
Rush is great.
Rush is with Thor in it, right?
Yeah.
The guy from Thor.
Niki Lauda and James. Blanking on that. Racing movies are good. There you go. My pick of the week is F1.
F1, the racing movie.
Yeah.
With Brad Pitt.
Sure.
All right.
I bet it's awesome. I don't know if I'll see it, but I hope to. Someday. Ever. Break time, 803-0550, 1-888-550. Gone in 60 seconds. My wife texted that one in.
That's a heist movie, but they race.
I'm looking at a list of the top racing movies ever. Is Seabiscuit a racing movie?
It's a horse race. Yeah, they race.
All right.
Is Seabiscuit a racing movie?
No, right, it is.
It's about a race.
Not in the same way.
It's about a series of races.
That's right. Okay, fair.
But if you're asking, does it apply to my all racing movies are good? Probably not. I meant car racing movies. All car racing movies are good.
Okay.
Fast and the Furious? They made like 20.
Which one? I mean, right.
They made 20. That's how good they were.
You're telling me the 17th one was still good?
I don't know. I just read a
Don't
story.
they go to the moon?
I didn't read. I saw a story yesterday that The Rock and Vin Diesel are feuding.
Of course. I think they've been feuding for years.
Okay. Well,
yeah, about that.
I'm not keeping up on that. You put fast cars in a movie, it's going to do well. Period. Lightning McQueen said that famously. 803-0550, our phone number. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. I was reporting that Marco Rossi, they want to move him from Minnesota.
And that they don't want to pay him, yeah.
They're going to move him because they don't want to pay him.
That might be one where I wonder if they end up doing that because that's the best they can get. The report was they didn't want Rossi in a Peterka trade because they didn't want another undersized forward, right?
Mm-hmm.
But what about a month later if you're trying to do this Byram for a top 6 forward move and there's no other idea available to you? So it's not, well, we want a big top 6 forward. We want a good, veteran top 6 forward. Well, maybe that's not out there for you. And if you search and search and search, maybe it's more there's a realization of we're not getting that guy.
Yeah.
So, all right, we would have liked to do better than him a month ago, but now I'm looking around and I could take a first-round pick over here. I could take a prospect over there. Or I've got this guy who is smaller than what I like, but he put up 60 points last year as a 22-year-old. How much better can I really do than that? And there's a thing with him in being, not taking well to being benched in the playoffs, and how Minnesota didn't trust him in the playoffs, and that's a reason not to acquire him, which I just kind of roll my eyes at. I'll worry about him in the playoffs when I get to the freaking playoffs. I look at him and that's a guy that his team wants to trade him, and I don't see any other top 6 forward that's available anywhere else in the league.
Yeah.
Give me a name. He's got no trade protection either. Give me a name that's better than that one, that makes more sense than that one. Sabres GM Kevin Adams, meeting with the media yesterday, says that the Sabres will match any offer sheet that comes their way for Bo Byram, who still is without a contract and still the subject of many trade rumors. Chris Johnston reported yesterday there's a stalemate with Byram right now because there are futures deals on the table and that Adams does not want to make deals involving picks coming back. He also mentioned the Calgary Flames as a team that have shown interest in Byram. Pittsburgh Post-Gazette reports T.J. Watt looking to become the highest-paid non-quarterback in the NFL, coming over top of Myles Garrett, $40 million per year. Wimbledon continues. Carlos Alcaraz won in straight sets yesterday. Novak Djokovic is up 3-2 in the first set of his match. That's live right now. And in baseball, the Blue Jays beat the Yankees in a wild 11-9 game yesterday. They are now tied for first place in the AL East. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Mitch Marner in Vegas, sign and trade. And the Leafs came away with something in the deal. But Marner leaves and starts the next chapter in his career. And Vegas operates as a team I am endlessly jealous of the way that they do things, how aggressive they are. 803-0550. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Jeremy White, Sneaky Joe DiBiase here for another hour with you, and then the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show at 10 o'clock. It's a getaway day. Long weekend for many of you out there. Be safe. Be responsible with fireworks and stuff like that. Have a good time. Joining us on the Western Hotline is Michael DeStefano. Covers the Leafs. Locked on Leafs, TSN Radio 1050 as well. And joining us right now. Mike, good morning.
Good morning, guys. How's it going?
Not too bad. How's the post-Marner life? I feel like the Marner, he'd had a reputation for letting down in the playoffs. Where would you place the line on the split? Percentage of fans that wanted him back versus accepted he was going to go versus are glad he's gone. A hometown kid who dreamed of playing for the Leafs and succeeding for the Leafs. And, of course, it's over now. So where does everybody kind of fall in?
Yeah, it's interesting. Mitch Marner, he's a very talented player. I think everybody in Toronto knows that. Everyone who watches the game of hockey knows that Mitch Marner is an uber talented player, and he's going to go off and he's going to do good things in Vegas. I mean, the guy had 100 points this year for the first time in his career. He'd been, scratching the surface of 100, finally broke through that threshold this season. But as you noted, it's the postseason failures that really is what kind of has always stuck in the back of the minds of a lot of Leaf fans. So there's a lot of people who just wanted to see change of some kind in Toronto. Like, you get 9 years of this core of this Marner, Matthews, Nylander group, and it's 9 years of failure. They made the postseason every year, but only had 2 playoff series victories. And both of them, they won round 1 and then didn't really give much of a fight in round 2. So it really, really, really has, set a bad taste in a lot of people's mouths here. If I'm giving out percentages, I think more people are glad he's gone, I guess you could say. Not just that he's gone, but that there is change. Like, I would say probably 75% of the people here in Toronto are like, okay, we needed change. It was Marner's turn just because his contract was due. The Leafs didn't have to have any say, or the player didn't really have any say. It was just time to allow him to go via free agency and go on to possibly greener pastures. We'll see what happens with him. But I would say probably 75% of the people here glad that he's gone. But there is a section of Leaf fans, for sure, that believe that the Leafs made a bad mistake, that they believe that how could you possibly let a 100-point Selke candidate walk out the door, and really all you get in return is Nicolas Watt. good player. He'll be a good depth piece for the Maple Leafs, but he's no Mitch Marner, and you'd be silly to think that he is. And even they made a trade for Matias Michelli out of Utah. He's also not going to be Mitch Marner. They're not going to replace Mitch Marner. It's just not possible. So there are a lot of people that look at it and say, how does this team get better? How do they possibly get over the hump? They could barely win playoff series with that guy in their lineup. How could they possibly get it done without him? So there is definitely a split, but I would say Leafs Nation probably more so on the, fresh start, new identity type of wave, and welcome the change.
Is there a frustration that he ends up walking for, you mentioned they get Wah back in the sign-and-trade, but that they didn't move on this earlier or tried to move him last summer, 2 summers ago, during the year? Although aren't there reports that or rumors that maybe they did try to move him at the deadline and get something substantial back in return?
Yeah, like there was a report that came out last summer, and somehow Vegas has always been involved in these deals, and lo and behold, that's where he ends up. But last summer there was a report that there was some interest in Marner maybe wanting to go to Vegas, so they explored that, and Vegas was reportedly unwilling to give up Shea Theodore. So those talks kind of stalled out. And then it got revisited again in the middle of the season around the trade deadline, where it became apparent that Marner wanted to take this thing to the distance, was unwilling to sign an extension, and Brad Treliving wanted to try and get something out of it. And there was that reported 3-way trade with Carolina and Rantanen coming to Toronto and signing an extension here, Marner going to Vegas, doing his extension, and then we don't know what was supposed to go to Carolina. That part of the trade never got materialized, so that trade fell through. So there were multiple times where this team had tried to move Marner or approach Marner about it, but he has a full no move clause, full no trade, full no move. So whatever deal the Maple Leafs wanted to do for him, he had to sign off on it. And unfortunately, life happens, and his wife was about 6-7 months pregnant at the time of the trade deadline, and I'm sure most people could sympathize with the fact that he didn't want to pick up and leave in the middle of the season, knowing that his wife was a couple of months away, probably wanted to be close to family for when that happened. And now that, the baby's here, wife is okay, they look forward and say, hey, we can start a new life in Vegas. Let's sign a nice 8-year contract, get that sign and trade done, and, move on and kind of turn the page on Toronto and start a new life in Vegas.
Speaking with Michael DeStefano, TSN 1050 on the Leafs. Is there, Joe, how many times have we flirted with this idea? Like the Leafs and the Bills as kindred spirits right now? Really, really good and hitting their head on the same thing every time, whether it used to be the first round for the Leafs, and then it got to be the second round. And here they are, Florida is a dynasty. They took Florida 7 games. They had a lead in game 3 up 2 games to none.
That's what I was going to say.
Am I supposed to treat them like they need huge changes, or is it just modest tinkering? In this case, like Marner is the Diggs move. Some will be big ones, but for the most part, things should be viewed as pretty good.
Yeah, it's interesting. They certainly did take Florida to the distance. They took them to 7 games. If you look at it in a vacuum, no other team was able to do that. So you can look at it and say, hey, Toronto might be, the next best team in the NHL because they took the standard 2-7 games. They had them on the ropes up 2-0 and up 3-1 in the third period in game 3, had a chance to go up 3-0 in overtime. Yeah, you can look at all that. But at the end of the day, they still lost. And when you look at the performance of the Maple Leafs in games 5 and 7 specifically on home ice, in which they got booed off their ice on both of those games, you could see how far they actually are from the Florida Panthers. Like, once Florida kind of figured things out, it was game over. They absolutely ran the show in that series, winning, the last, the last few games there. They just absolutely ran show. And I think that's kind of what sticks in your head. Not as much, when the Leafs up 2-0, up 3-1 in game 3, chance to take the lead. That seems like so long ago. what lives in the back of your mind was, holy cow, they got absolutely jobbed on home ice in Game 5, lost 6-1, and then did the exact same thing in Game 7 and lost 6-1 to the Florida Panthers. This team's not relatively close. There's more than just tinkering to be done. And what Brad Treliving said in his end-of-season press conference is, you can have all the skill in the world, but look, at the end of the day, this team probably needs a bit of a DNA change. And Marner is a big part of this team's DNA. So by moving on from him, that's kind of the start of that. Now, they brought back John Tavares, so they still have 3 of those big 4, core 4 players. So can you really change the DNA of your team by moving out just one guy? Well, I guess we'll see. And there's still the rest of the summer to figure out what else they do with that roster. It could be a couple more players. The trade market could be lively. We're hearing throughout the rest of the summer. Maybe a couple of guys end up out the door. And at the end of the day, there will be 3, 4, 5 players that we see turned over from last year that could potentially move forward into changing this team's DNA.
Is there any residual anger towards Vegas for potentially tampering with Marner here for a long time?
Like within the fan base?
Yeah. Within the, because you said like everyone's kind of accepted or maybe even is happy he's gone, and they end up getting Wah back, maybe in part so that there isn't any further process there. But still, like Jeremy in the beginning there is like how Vegas does things. They're so aggressive. And maybe sometimes that's so aggressive is that everyone tampers to some extent, but it does feel like Vegas maybe goes further than every other team does.
Well, yeah, I guess there's a little bit of that, especially when you listen to Mitch Marner's introductory press conference, and he was chatting with Mark Stone, when they were at and Shea Theodore when they were at the Four Nations Cup, just kind of picking their brain. Hey, how's Vegas? It might be a landing spot this summer. And they had glowing things to say. And then, even this summer when he was debating, all right, what do I do? And he was asking Ryan Reeves and Max Pacioretty, his current Leaf teammates, hey, what's Vegas like? How'd you like the community, the school systems, and all that? And they had nothing but good things to say, apparently. I don't get all up in arms about the tampering myself. Like, sure, there's a segment of fans who obviously don't like it and would love to see some sort of repercussions. Apparently the league is looking to make an example of some team, but we're not naive. This stuff is happening all the time, and good on the Leafs for extorting Vegas and basically being like, give us a good player and we won't say anything and this can kind of go away unless the league does something, but we won't file for tampering charges. This happens all the time, Gal. We know that. So there's nothing for me to be really upset about, regardless if, Vegas was in there getting in his ear. I think Marner, for the last year or two, even he said in his intro press conference, has been kind of eyeing Vegas. So whether they had to put the bug in his ear or not, I think that he was gearing up to go there.
Quickly before we let you go, so the Blue Jays 3 wins in a row against the Yankees and are now tied for first in the AL East. How stunning is this season so far for them?
No, if you would have told me back on May 1st that we'd be sitting here coming off Canada Day weekend, heading into July 4th weekend, and the Blue Jays were gonna be atop of the AL East standings with the Yankees, I would have said, no, you're nuts. Absolutely nuts. It was a team that could not hit. The power numbers weren't there. They were dead last in home runs in the first month of the league. Their runners in scoring position, they weren't able to get guys across the plate. And, the pitching was decent but inconsistent. The bullpen, was starting to kind of get worked on and was wearing thin. And all of a sudden, they have been world beaters. And I think it was May 28th, the Blue Jays were 8 games back at the Yankees. And on that day, Bo Bichette, the game was tied 0-0. They were in Texas. Bo Bichette hits a pinch hit 9th-inning home run. And since then, they've been pretty well the best team in baseball, best offense in baseball. I think they're 21-10 since. They've erased that 8-game lead. You got Alejandro Kirk looking like his old self again, all-star. He's hitting the ball all over the place. You got this Addison Barger kid who's kind of come out of nowhere. I'm sure people in Buffalo have been watching him for the last couple of years with the Bisons, but he's really making a statement up here. A guy like Ernie Clement hitting. You're having a big resurgence from George Springer. I haven't even mentioned Vlad Guerrero Jr., the $500 million man, having another great season himself. So, yeah, it's been a lot of fun, and it's been a tough couple of years for a lot of Jays fans. It's been tough summers, that's for sure. But this year, just what they've been able to do, this turnaround over the course of the last month, it's been very exciting, and I think a lot of people here in Toronto are really excited to see what the rest of the summer brings for them.
Thanks very much, Mike. We'll talk in the future.
No Jake Paul talk, huh?
I'll
absolute farce.
I'll text you about. We're both big boxing guys.
Go for it. What do you want?
He got ranked yesterday, so he's now eligible for title shots, which I think Mike
Absolute
means
farce.
he's
That's all I need to
entering. You don't think he's going to fight real boxers now?
Who has he fought to earn that ranking? Nobody. I don't
Right, he's fought
understand.
former UFC guys.
Former UFC guys and 50-year-old former pro boxers. The guy ranked behind him, this American kid, he's 20-0 with 20 knockouts. How could you possibly have any credibility if that's what your ranking system? We'll get into it later, Joe.
Yeah, we will. I just farces. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that is the word. He's ranked 14th though. I'm not going to go too up in arms about it, I guess.
Yeah.
If they ranked him in the
Shout out
top
to my
5
boy,
or
right?
something, then I would be losing my mind probably.
That'd be ridiculous. But shout out to my boy, Lucas Body, right across the border from you guys, Niagara Falls kid, ranked in the top 5 for his category in the new ranking. So shout out to him. Hopefully he can get a title fight soon.
Cool.
Very nice.
Thanks, Mike. We'll talk soon.
See you guys.
Michael, the 70 TSN 1050 and Locked On Leafs. Get a call in here. Curtis in Niagara Falls has been waiting very patiently. Sorry, Curtis, to keep you waiting. Curtis, good morning.
No problem. How you guys doing?
Good.
I was remembering, and then when I was on hold, I started thinking of another one. But the Saints gave up their entire draft for Ricky Williams.
Yeah, and more. It was that draft and like a future pick as well. Yeah, there's a lot.
It was a total of 9 players. But the one thing I remember about that, I don't know if it was on Sports Illustrated, ESPN, whatever, but they posed. It was Mike Ditka and Ricky Williams in a bridal gown.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. And then back, it was like in the 70s, 71, something like that. The Redskins and the Rams had this huge, back then they were Redskins, had this huge trade. And I believe the coach went from L.A. to Washington. And, oh, my God, I don't know how many players it was. But that was where it planted the seeds for the over-the-hill game with the Redskins.
Those planted the seeds for the what?
The over the hill game. I don't know if you guys remember that. That was the big defensive team, and they called them the over hill game. But they got. Oh my God, I remember that. Jack Pardee. They actually traded and got. That's how the Washington team got George Allen as their coach.
Gotcha. Thanks, Curtis. Yeah,
no problem.
What you're thinking of the picture of Ditka and Ricky Williams is ESPN the magazine. Do you remember ESPN the magazine?
No, not really.
I got ESPN the magazine. I was a early subscriber and got it for years. It
is defunct now, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, I don't think they are still.
It was fine. It was a competitor to Sports Illustrated.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was fine. The sports magazine.
I never really Sports Illustrated for kids. I had
that,
but like that was kind of it. Like never really was into. I think they were. Twitter existed for me like high school on.
Yeah.
So by the time I would be like ready to, let me get a magazine subscription. Like I got Twitter at that point.
Yeah, everything's online.
Everything's online at that point. So I never really vied into those waters, sports magazines. They're all gone now.
Joe Kelly producing. I need instant trivia, if you would. I'm going to have all three of you. This is a different format for instant trivia today. You ever seen the game show Name That Tune?
Yes.
Where you say, I can name that tune in 3 notes, I can name that tune in 2 notes, blah, blah, blah.
Yes.
So you guys can all pick. I'll give you 2 minutes.
Okay.
Who can name the most members of the 3,000 Strikeout Club that Clayton Kershaw joined last night.
Oh, man.
There are 20. There are 20 3,000 strikeout pitchers. Highest bidder will go for it, and you win by getting your number. How many of the 3,000 strikeout club members can you name?
3,000 strikeout club.
Yep. There are 20. It's not exactly, let's just put it this way. It doesn't skew well for you young guys. But
okay.
I can't imagine that it would.
But that's the game.
All right. I got Nolan Ryan.
Whoa. Bid.
Oh.
You're bidding a number.
Oh.
And then one person goes.
Okay, I see.
You can all get Nolan Ryan. So what's your number? How many can you get?
Out of 20, I bet I could get 7.
7. Anyone want to try and get 8?
I don't think I could get 8. I'm going to be honest.
I'm not sure I'll get there, but once we start, I might rev up. I'll say I'll go with 8 just to go over the top.
Owen wants 8. You want to go for 9?
I'm going to bet he can't get to 8 more than I'm going to bet that I can get to 9.
Name
probably a very good
those strikeout club members. All right, Owen, you got Nolan Ryan. That's correct. 1.
Randy Johnson.
2.
Justin Verlander.
3.
Max Scherzer.
4.
He's gotta be on
yes,
there.
yes.
Okay.
4. Yep. No, I guess you got to find him and delete him. Yep.
Did he get there like last night?
4. No, Max Scherzer's got 3,419.
CC Sabathia.
Correct. 3,093. 5.
Oh, man. This might get tough.
How many is he at?
He's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh, you got a long way to go there.
There are
long way to go, buddy.
You
4 more.
You got a lot of gettable guys left.
Greg Maddux.
Correct.
Wow.
6.
Glad I'm not playing this.
Clayton Kershaw became the 20th member of the 3,000 strikeout club last night.
Oh.
You need 3 more. I mean,
the first name I wrote down on my list. That
Roger
I was gonna
Clemens.
guess at,
there you go. 7.
Roger Clemens.
2 more.
Oh, we're close. I've got to get this now.
You could definitely get there.
There's one name I'm surprised he hasn't gotten yet.
I'm sure there's somebody obvious that I'm not getting to.
I mean, does he have... does he have the number 1 guy?
Yes.
He does? Okay.
He has 1, 2, 3 on strikeouts.
Okay, so he's got the top 3. Okay.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 are available, and guys that are at the bottom are available. Need 2 more.
Steve. Oh, what's the guy's name? Carlton?
Yeah.
Steve Carlton?
Steve Carlton. I
All
would have
right.
gotten that in a million years.
He's got 8. He's got 8. 1 more.
There's some sort of genetic thing happening here with my dad's former baseball trivia.
Okay.
Steve Carlton.
I won't give a hint. There's no hints allowed. So
Verlander? Did I say him already?
You said Verlander. You got him, yeah.
All right.
You need 1 more. 3,000 strikeout club members.
Oh, man.
Steve Carlton retired 38 years ago.
I don't know where that came from. I don't know.
Pitched in 1965.
Ooh.
No, we're not getting hints.
Wait, we got a ooh over there.
Oh, what's the guy's name? I got to... Oh, man. Come on.
What's the team you're thinking of?
I'm thinking of a Dodger here, I think. Don Sutton?
Wow, look at this kid go. Don't stop now. That's 9.
All right.
Don Sutton.
I've done it.
What? Don Sutton?
I don't know if I'm going to get it
You're
anymore.
like Will Ferrell in Old School right there, right? Like, I blacked out. What
seriously,
happened?
this is like if I went 6 under golfing, I wouldn't even know.
I mean, there are at least
1972
here, right?
All-Star
There
Don
are
Sutton.
3 other names I would expect you to get.
Man, who am I missing?
Can you already got it?
Yeah.
Owen wins. Team up now. What do you got?
The first name I wrote down was Pedro Martinez.
Correct.
Yeah.
Pedro.
Come
on. Was the first name I wrote down.
Red Sox. I grew up a Red Sox fan.
That's why.
too.
That's
what am
the one
doing?
I was saying. I thought you'd get him because of the Red Sox. I wrote down a couple old timers.
Yep.
Cy Young.
No.
Honus Wagner.
No.
Okay, I don't know.
You just thought old players?
I started just naming players.
That's
that
a good.
pitched like
That's kind of where I
1922.
went. It just I got lucky.
And
Apparently.
Honus Wagner plays second base.
Oh, maybe. They were all pitching back then.
Yeah, he's a right fielder, shortstop, first baseman.
You never pitched?
He did not have 3,000 strikeouts.
Okay.
I mean, I can't make fun of you for that. It's not like you knew that.
Right. No, I just knew he played baseball.
You didn't
in
know
like
something from the 20s.
1800s.
You want some other names here?
Oh,
there's at least 2 more I feel like are super gettable for guys your age.
Roy Halladay?
No.
This is not our age, but isn't Walter Johnson?
That is correct.
Going to be right. That's the old timer I really needed.
There's
there.
a couple more old timers left.
Fergie? Is Fergie Jenkins on here?
Look at you with Fergie. Yes.
Former Bison Fergie Jenkins.
Bang.
He said more our era, and then we picked guys from 1920 and 1960.
Put it this way, like when they achieved the feat, one of them is 2006, and one in 2008.
Okay, so never mind. I was going to guess Felix Hernandez, but that would have been more recent. 2006 and 2008. Is there another Red Sox on the list?
Yeah.
Another Red
There
Sox.
sure is.
Another Red Sox. Oh, who am I?
Another
04?
Red Sox.
Whoa.
Kurt Schilling.
Yeah, Kurt
Schilling. All right.
08 Yankee?
No.
Not like Andy Pettit or something?
Nope.
I'm like tapped out.
Members of the 3,000 Strikeout Club. This guy's in broadcasting, and he's great at it.
I don't really watch baseball broadcasting.
He's awesome. I think he's awesome.
He's great?
Yep. He's a great pitcher.
What network?
I don't know.
Not helpful.
I'm not.
ESPN probably.
My brain's melted out of
ESPN,
my ears.
ESPN doesn't have baseball anymore.
Whoever. He pitched for the Braves.
He pitched for the Braves.
Yeah. The Braves had 3 amazing pitchers.
Listen, we're heading into July 4th weekend. It's basically a Friday. 9:30. Braves pitching from the early 2000s is not something that is.
This is more of the late 90s.
Front of mind. Late 90s? I don't have it. You said Maddox?
You said
Maddox. Is it
It's not Glavine.
Braves? John Schmaltz?
Yeah, John Smoltz.
All right.
The others that you did not get: Burt Blyleven, Tom Seaver, Gaylord Perry, Phil Niekro, and Bob Gibson.
Phil Niekro. I could have got that because I discovered him recently.
Yeah?
He was a knuckleballer.
Yeah.
3,000 strikeout club.
The reason he came up is because there's a photo of Phil Niekro that me and my brother were passing back and forth that you can't believe this person was a professional baseball player.
Yeah.
Is there a sport?
Because he was 45, but he looks like this is not a Tom Brady. This is the photo. This is not a Tom Brady 45.
No, absolutely
This
not.
man looks like he is 65 years old and he's out there throwing heat. Well, not throwing heat. He's throwing 50-mile-per-hour knuckleballs, actually.
There's no sport I love watching more than those guys, than baseball for just the looks.
You know what I'd like you to look up? I'd like you to look up Charlie Huff.
Oh,
Charlie
Late
Huff?
state Charlie Huff Marlins.
Charlie Huff Marlins.
Go ahead and look that
Okay.
up. H-O-U-G-H.
Okay,
Charlie Huff.
I was going to say I already spelled it wrong.
H-O-U-G-H. Charlie Huff Marlins.
I mean, get out of here.
He's the oldest man ever on a baseball diamond.
This is a little league dad that snuck out onto the field. This is not.
You know what else he looks like? He looks like the pitcher in Major
Look at this.
Major
What
League.
is this windup that he's doing?
His arm looks like it. I can't even. Wow. There's a picture of him I've got on here when he was playing for the Marlins and then throwing out a ceremonial pitch for the Marlins.
Like in
and
the
it
same
looks
year.
Exactly
It was the same year.
Exactly. It looks the same.
Charlie Huff. I think he started their first ever game because I think I watched that. I think it was Charlie Huff.
Have we lost to time the old pitcher that's just still throwing it out there even though he's not in the best shape? Is that gone? Or are there anyone there's no one like that left?
Scherzer's kind of at this point, isn't he? Like he's debilitated. He can barely throw anymore.
These guys look like they are 50 though.
Yeah.
Scherzer, you know.
He's a little.
He's 40. He's 40.
Scruffy.
I mean, Verlander pitched forever.
Verlander is still pitching, isn't
Right. Verlander is pitching forever.
he? The Giants, I think. I saw.
He's
him
42.
pitching the other day.
Yeah. All right, we are way late to a break. We're going to get a break in. When we get back, a bit of a setback in the world of Buffalo soccer and some other sad news from the soccer world as well. I've also come to realize that I am the victim of a game here on this show that no one is people are trying to not tell me. It's how long will I leave my sunglasses on top of my hat during the show? You guys are playing this, aren't you? Yeah, I caught it. I caught it like maybe 15 minutes today.
We let you go today.
Yeah.
Let you go on
I
your
get
own.
it. It's fine. I get out of the car, put the sunglasses on top of my hat. We start the show. I log into the YouTube channel just to take a look, make sure I don't have food on my face, and there they are, sunglasses on top of the hat, indoors. Fine.
Still the part is that they are on your head at all because it's so early in the morning.
True.
What are we using the sunglasses
It's
for
a great
already?
question. I don't even know how they get there. I think I put
But
them
they're there somehow.
I think I put them there so I don't
I almost feel
lose
like
them.
it's a bit like you're doing the bit. Like they look like it's a fashion thing.
Yeah.
Or something. I don't know.
I don't know.
You're covering what's on your hat though if you wear sunglasses.
You know
on
what?
the hat.
You know what it actually is. I think it's the same as you having a pair of truck or car sunglasses. You said you have a pair in your
I
car.
do. I have a pair in my
I
car
think
at all times.
That's what these are for me. Except instead of keeping them in my car, they're on top of my hat.
They're on top of your hat at all
That's
times.
just the little compartment that is mentally in my car. For
Maybe
me.
the next tech innovation in hats is getting like a sunglasses space, like indent almost in your hat so that they just fit right in there.
Perfect. And for you,
it would be like if it's a white hat, they'd be white sunglasses. They blend right into the hat.
I love it. For you, though, it would be upside down, right?
Absolutely, of course.
Flip sunglasses upside down.
Obviously.
No, the problem is this. I was trying to write it in a paragraph. I was trying to fit it into a tweet, and I've yet to be able to get it down to the exact words that I need to for this. So it's, if you'll allow me, 3.5 hours of stream of consciousness, but I have this thought where Adams, who's been on the job now for 6 off seasons, and most of his job has been trading away good players. Right?
Yep.
We watch every year good players do something somewhere else because they don't want to be here, contract this, contract that. And Adams, I don't want to say he thinks he's a wheeler dealer, but he has been involved with some pretty high-profile trades. And getting rid of Jack Eichel for 4 pieces in a blockbuster and trading away Sam Reinhart in a deal that brings you a first and a goalie. And he would have been around. He doesn't make the O'Reilly trade, right? That's Botterill.
That's Botterill.
Okay, he doesn't make that trade. But he would have, whatever, he's near the organization. He's with the academy. He's around the Pagulas. So he sees that deal. He's seen how many deals where 1 goes out and 2 come in. Every one of these teams that tried to trade for the player that they got from the Sabres, Eichel, Reinhart, O'Reilly, who else is up? Peterka. These teams gave up 2, 3, 4 pieces for 1 because they thought it'll make us better to give up 2, 3, 4 pieces and get this 1. And yet, when the time comes where he's looking to add, he is not willing to do that. Aaron Schatz on the Patriots. There you go. Joining Mike Chauvin, the Bulldog. Patriots are interesting this year.
Mm-hmm.
The Dolphins are, I don't know. I feel like the Patriots.
They are. I heard Mina Kimes on them signing Darren Waller this week that they are leaning into the bit, which is that they are not physical enough to play in January. They are soft, and then they added a tight end who doesn't block, in like replacing a tight end that you could throw at any position.
Yeah.
Like Jonnu Smith, you could play at fullback and you could move him around and block a little bit. And they went the opposite with that.
Some soccer news in a minute. I want to get you this because this is one of my own personal things I like to bring up. Day 3 of, hey, did you see the players on the NFL Top 100?
I did not.
Okay. Great job, NFL. The signature piece of your offseason that you used to get conversation on every single Monday with 10 new players that's now going 2 at a time for 45 days. No one even knows it's happening. Numbers 95 and 96 got announced yesterday. And 96, Levante David, linebacker, Bucks. Okay. Number 95, Josh Sweat, Super Bowl hero now with the Arizona Cardinals. That's it. All right, cool. Thanks. Tomorrow, 94 and 90. Oh, sorry, today, 94 and 93. Will they take July 4th off? Who knows? It's actually the first example of, boy, diluting their product is really bad. This is the first proof of that.
It's because they just went too far with it. I think if they had done 5 at a time, they would have been fine. You could have done 5 instead of 10.
You need
2 is just that it's extreme.
You will know when a bill hits the list because the Bills will tweet it out. That's pretty much how it's going to work. That's it. Also, ESPN, we teased earlier, Benjamin Solak has a cool little project.
Yeah.
The best player taken at every single draft position.
Right.
Number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 238. The best number 1 of all time. The best number 12 of all time. Mm-hmm. The best number 152 of all time. And 2 Bills, current Bills, make the list.
Yeah.
Khalil Shakir and Christian Benford are the best ever selected where they were picked, which just basically means, with like the 134th pick, not a lot comes out of that. Khalil Shakir is the best ever.
Right, with one really good season, he already is the best player ever in that position.
And Benford's the best at his. The controversy, it's not much of a controversy, is Peyton Manning's the best number 1 of all time. Okay, I get that. That makes sense.
Yep.
Shocker, Tom Brady's the best 199th pick of all time.
Yeah.
And I immediately thought, number 7, Josh Allen. Is Josh the best number 7 of all time?
I asked you how many Bills will be on this list, and your first, it was like, well, Josh is number 7.
Yeah, it should be number 7. I can't think of a number 7 that would be thought of to be better. Mahomes is on the list at the best number 10 of all time.
Yeah.
Josh is not the best seventh overall selection.
No, he's not. In favor of a running back.
Adrian Peterson. Honorable mention on this list, Mike Evans.
For number 7 overall?
Yeah. Mike Evans, not too shabby.
That's not bad. Allen, though, under Peterson, like...
I guess
what's the argument is that it's I'm not hyper focusing on the quarterback value, right? And
it's defendable because you would just say like Peterson's a Hall of Famer and Allen's probably a Hall of Famer, but Peterson is one.
Peterson he will be as soon as he's eligible, right?
Here's another way to put it. I almost wonder if Peterson wasn't the pick, could he have picked Mike Evans?
I think the one thing that he cited as why he put Peterson in there, over Allen at least, is that he's got a full career and they have both won MVP.
Fair.
And neither have made it to a Super Bowl.
Evans has never won the MVP, but in terms of long-term consistent excellence,
1,000 yards every season. He's still unbelievable.
He's a first ballot Hall of Famer, is he not?
He will be. Yes, He should be. I still would want to give the edge to the quarterback.
Me too.
If all else is equal, even if we're doing it this way, just on, one has an MVP, they both have MVPs, and neither's been to the Super Bowl. Okay, tie goes to the quarterback.
Yeah.
If you even want to make it a tie, which I would not be inclined to, I would give it to Allen. I did realize though that Peterson was good longer than I thought he was.
Oh, yeah, he was amazing.
And
then he came back and was amazing again.
That's what I mean. Well, right, he gets injured, he comes back, and then he's incredible. And he has the 2,000-yard season, and then he has a 1,500-yard season. Then he starts bouncing around the league. And it's journey. Like, the bottom of his Pro Football Reference page is ugly to look at. Because there's so many teams, and there's different years, and you got to, there's one season where he plays for 3 different teams, I think. No, 2 different. New Orleans, Arizona, Tennessee, and Seattle. Who remembers that? He's got 2 years in Washington at age 33 and 34 with 1,042 yards, 898 yards, 12 total touchdowns, averaging over 4 yards per carry in both of those years at age 33 and 34. And I do not remember that at all. He had a 1,000-yard season with Washington at 34 years old.
Yeah.
I mean, Frank Gore was still playing at that point in time, but that's not an age you ever see running backs playing at all anymore, let alone putting up a 1,000-yard season. So he's definitely impressive. I just still want to put Allen way above him.
2 bits of soccer news before we get to Extendo Sports. 1, Buffalo Pro Soccer has announced they're reopening their site selection process after a decision to not pursue the stadium at Elk and Lee Streets. And we've talked to Peter Marlette Jr. about this project a few times, maybe touch base with him next week. But basically, throughout the process, the red flag about this site was the chemical facility. And all along the way, it was a lot of, they shouldn't pick that spot because of that. Shouldn't pick that spot. Well, they did pick it, and now they're out and seeking another spot. So in terms of what they end up doing, where they end up going, we'll see. But they have reopened their site selection process, and the process still plans to play their inaugural season in 2027. Again, when we talked about this, it was a modular stadium. They can be built very quickly. So site selection, hopefully they get something quick. So that's news from the world of Buffalo Pro Soccer.
Yeah.
And then in the Premier League world and the international soccer world, a player that's well known, Diogo Jota, has died in a car accident. Kind of like shades of Johnny Gaudreau, because it's him and his brother.
Him and his brother they're in a car. He's a Liverpool star. His brother plays too. And just heartbreak. He's 28 years old. He got married 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
He's got 3 kids, just won the Premier League. They're celebrating, and bam, just the heartbreaking news. And soccer world is reacting to that this morning. So, fun player too.
How recently was he at Liverpool?
He's been at Liverpool for 5 years.
Okay.
2020 he got there, and he still was an important player for them, winning the title. And again, only 28 years old. He was going to be a long-time Liverpool star. So, horrible news. In Spain, that happened.
Yeah.
From Portugal. He's won, national career, too. Won the Euro with Portugal. So him and Ronaldo are tight. I saw Ronaldo posting about it this morning, and LeBron posting about it, because he's obviously Liverpool. So
yeah, I just saw Jurgen Klopp's post about it.
Yeah, it's horrible.
It's terrible news. Well, and also, we're coming up on the anniversary of I was just looking into this, because the Columbus goaltender that died in a fireworks accident a couple of years back.
Yeah.
Hit the chest. His name was Kivlikins. How do you say his name?
He was from Latvia, I think.
Yeah.
I don't remember.
Coming up on the anniversary of that. Anyway, sad news. On to Extendo Sports when we return, and then the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show here on WGR. I've also come to realize that I am the victim of a game here on this show that people are trying to not tell me. It's how long will I leave my sunglasses on top of my hat during the show? You guys are playing this, aren't you? Yeah, I caught it. I caught it like maybe 15 minutes today.
We let you go today.
Yeah.
Let you go on
I
your
get
own.
it. It's fine.
Mm-hmm.
I get out of the car, put the sunglasses on top of my hat. We start the show. I log into the YouTube channel just to take a look, make sure I don't have food on my face, and there they are, sunglasses on top of the hat, indoors. Fine.
Still the part is that they are on your head at all because it's so early in the morning.
True.
What are we using the sunglasses for?
It's a great
already?
question. I don't even know how they get there. I think I put
But
them
they're there somehow.
I think I put them there so I don't
I almost
lose
feel like
them.
it's a bit like you're doing the bit. Like they look like it's a fashion thing.
Yeah.
Or something. I don't know.
I don't know.
You're covering what's on your hat though if you wear sunglasses.
You know
on
what?
the hat.
You know what it actually is. I think it's the same as you having a pair of truck or car sunglasses. You said you have a pair in your
I
car.
do. I have a pair in my car
think
at all times.
That's what these are for me. Except instead of keeping them in my car, they're on top of my hat.
They're on top of your hat at all times.
That's just the little compartment that is mentally in my car. For
Maybe
me.
the next tech innovation in hats is getting like a sunglasses space, like indent almost in your hat so that they just fit right in there.
Perfect. And for you,
it would be like if it's a white hat, they'd be white sunglasses. They blend right into the hat.
I love it. For you, though, it would be upside down, right?
Absolutely, of course.
Flip sunglasses upside down.
Obviously.
Sabres Prospects Camp scrimmage coming up this morning. Got the hockey players on the old roller skates. You can attach things
Going
to the blades
across
and
to the arena.
skate to the ice.
Mm-hmm.
That's a big matchup coming up. The Sabres scrimmage. We'll see if there's any movement. Through the weekend.
Brent Burns signs in Colorado, 1-year deal.
Somebody texted me that Brent Burns played against Messier.
Yes, he did.
And Messier played against Gordie Howe.
That's literally what I've got for you right now. So, and also, he's the only player I believe left in the NHL that played before the lockout. He played in 2003, which is how you get to this. You can connect the inaugural 1917 NHL season to the 25-26 season through just 6 players that have either played together or played against each other.
Okay.
Brent Burns to Messier, because he played against Messier, to Gordie Howe, to Hal Jackson, to Wildor Larochel, to Georges Vezina.
Wildor Larochel.
Man,
I wanted him at the deadline so bad.
I mean, he had an 8-team no trade list actually, and didn't like the tax rate. That
Wildor, huh?
There was a mutant defenseman taken in the CHL import draft yesterday.
Okay.
172nd overall, the Brantford Bulldogs selected 17-year-old defenseman Alexander Karmanov, who stands at 7 foot and weighs 273 pounds. He's committed to Penn State. He's from Moldova.
Stay-at-home defenseman.
Moldova?
Yeah. He is enormous.
Would he be the first player in the NHL from Moldova? I feel like that's possible. 273?
273, 7 foot.
Okay, so how old is he?
17.
Would he be done? Is there another couple inches?
I was done.
We feel like there's a lot on that frame he could still fill out. Yeah.
Just he might another inch or two. I'm just saying, like, could he get to 7'2", and then he gets drafted in the NHL just because someone wants to see what they could do with.
And I've seen some clips of him play too. He can actually like skate. Like he's not Bambi.
Well, I hope he can skate a little bit.
It's incredible.
One little thing, and by the way, like as we're talking prospects and back to Sabres prospects, they have like no players at this camp. It's lightly attended.
It really is.
And Adams had an answer for that I don't know how it was a diplomatic but it was just like, oh yeah, a lot of our guys have been here before. This is kind of to get to know the organization, what it means to be a Sabres. They are light on prospects. And is there another explanation out there as to why?
Uh-huh. I'm sorry, I'm watching videos of this 7-footer go around kids that are like way shorter than him.
Is he dangling?
He's skating and moving and stick handling. Like, yeah, looks like he could play. Look, he's got hands. Watch out, NHL, if he's got hands. Holy. Anyways.
All right. Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show is on the way. Thanks for listening, texting, tweeting, calling, all that good stuff. Enjoy your holiday weekend. Be safe. And we're back Monday morning. Well, Joe is. I'm on vacation. So have a good time.